blazing. It's speed. All right, let's go.
Good morning. The DUX Unlimited Expo is officially open. Welcome to the DUX Unlimited Expo, presented by Purina Pro Plan.
And ladies and gentlemen, we are back in the Duck Den at the DUX Memphis 2025, and the doors just opened, and wow.
Here they come.
Here they come. Apparently they didn't tell the event staff that the doors are open. Now they did.
Here they go. They found the door at the end.
I don't know what their names are, but there was a couple, father-son, that at 6:30 this morning, they were in line. They came from Pennsylvania.
I heard they drove 13 hours.
13 hours.
And hey, we need to do an introduction.
Yes. All
Jimbo.
right. MVP doesn't, like when you say the most valuable player of something, it's for that game. Well, when you have a 3-day weekend,
Yep.
I think it's the most valuable person
100%.
this weekend. Logan Nevins,
Let's give a round of applause.
manager of national events. Absolutely. He deserves all the credit for this.
Thank y'all. Not just me.
2 years ago, when this vision started, Logan got the maps and started meeting with people. And this show would not only would it not have happened, it would not have run as smooth as it has, and how everybody on the show yesterday has talked about how smooth move-in was and how great the show was without that guy's attention to detail. So, Logan,
100%.
Well, thank you.
I bet you sleep good on Sunday night.
Yeah, well, probably Monday night because Sunday we're still getting ready to load out of
That
here
is
Monday.
true.
So
That is true.
It won't be until later in the week. But, yeah, we've got a great team, and we're excited everybody's here to enjoy the show today for sure.
Yeah, you and your team, man. I showed up. I was here, of course. We opened the doors yesterday, and I was here, I think at 7-something in the morning or 8, and you literally had sweat on your face running around in circles.
Got him a hat today.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But literally had sweat all over his face, running around, making sure everything. There was dollies or carts running and gunning around the whole floor, whipping people into shape, making sure that we were where we are right now.
Yeah, we had, about 30-some volunteers, 30-plus on Thursday helping. We had 178 vendors we moved in just on Thursday alone out of the 250. So, yeah, it was a pretty crazy day, and things were rocking and rolling this week for sure.
Well, one of the things that we don't see is any of the negatives, right?
Yeah.
And I heard there were 3 formal complaints yesterday
Oh, boy.
that we heard.
Yeah.
Logan has a few more. A little vendor issue. May have a power box in their booth in the wrong spot or something like that. But 3 formal complaints yesterday. It's too cold. It was cold in here. And why does the AC work so good? It's a waterfowl show.
Yep. And it's Memphis in August. Like, we need it to be cool in here.
Yeah, like if all the people that I work with know, as soon as I hit the hotel room, wherever we stay, anything we do, the first thing I do,
Crank that thing down.
Low as it a go?
to snow.
Oh, yeah.
When it says snow, I'm all in
100%.
on the rooms that night. And
100%.
so, I mean, but it's comfortable.
It is 100%. You would rather have this being as cool as it is versus being
Especially
hot.
when you start getting a lot of people in here today.
Oh, yeah.
You know,
Oh, yeah.
You want that to be as cool as it can get. So.
Yeah.
So let's go over some day one recaps from everybody we heard. I know there were a lot of exclusives. Some of them sold out. I heard 18 minutes, 15 minutes. I know one of our corporate partners, Higdon Outdoors, they had the call with Bo Brooks. It sold out in like 18 minutes is what I heard.
Yep. Yeah, there was a lot of exclusive stuff. I think that's why so many people were in line at 6:30 in the morning trying to get in here and get some of the real exclusive one-off items that they've only got a few of. So those are really cool, and there's some more of those today. There's going to be some meet and greets with some different influencers and stuff, doing some one-of-a-kind hats and different apparel, different things. So it's going to be really cool to see all the rush for those last-minute items that people can get.
Yep. And I know that now that the doors are open, the DUX calling, the regional calling contest, registration has opened.
Yep.
So it is open for that. That calling contest begins at 10 o'clock this morning. And at 10 o'clock in the Purina booth right here in front of the Duck Den, we have starting Your Retriever the Wild Rose Way Foundation Skills.
Ooh, that'll be
And
good.
so that'll be great. What they do at Wild Rose is incredible, and the that one's gonna be awesome. And there were a lot of people over there yesterday.
Yes.
that-
Every time I looked over there was people on them benches.
And so I know you're really good friends with the Purina team. And I think it was a Q&A, but all the benches were full for the last session.
It
of
was
the
like
day.
a panel discussion
Yes.
where they could ask them any questions. And, man, it was you had Dr. Ruth Ann, you had Carl Gunzer out in the crowd asking the people if they want to say something. It was great. And I'm excited today, too. I mean, I think today's going to be huge.
Yeah, those are the
Absolutely.
folks you want to talk to. If you have questions about dogs,
Oh, my
they're the ones
goodness.
to answer it for you for sure.
100%.
And then on the Mossy Oak seminar stage, which is in the back of the room, we have Conservation Next Door. Biologists discuss local projects, habitat programs, and the OnX partnership, which is awesome because that's been a long time in the making. If you're an OnX subscriber, use OnX. You can see our DU projects all over. But Logan, what were some highlights for you yesterday? What did you think?
One of the cool things is, our volunteers that are here on all of our event fundraising staff getting to meet and talk to all these vendors and stuff that a lot of them they've never met in person before, and that we work with, day in and day out with events around the country. So that part was really cool to get to see all those volunteers and staff meet and, put names with faces and stuff and build relationships with the people in the industry. And I know the vendors are really excited about that, and that was really cool. And then a lot of the different influencers that were here. I know Sydney was on the show yesterday, and her dad Tim. So seeing a lot of those people that are big names in the industry that people have followed for a long time and that are very influential there. That was pretty cool to see the people taking pictures with them and all that kind of stuff. That was really cool.
Tell me one thing, Logan. What's been one of the most rewarding things to you personally? Because I know that this don't happen overnight.
No, it's like Jimbo said, it's a 2-year lead up just 100%. For this one. So. For me personally, I think I really like the fact of the diversity that we have in terms of the vendors, for everybody to be able to get a really great blend of what's here in the waterfowl world or just the outdoor hunting world in general. So people can come and see all the different products and find stuff they've never seen before, never heard of, and maybe add something new to their arsenal for hunting season or, just being an outdoor enthusiast. So that part's really cool for me.
This is God's honest truth, whenever I go to shows, I'll buy some stuff here and there, but yesterday I racked up.
Yeah.
Like there was
swipe that plastic.
100%. Like I took a little advantage of being an employee here, and before the doors officially open, I ran around right before, because once 9 o'clock hit, 12, we were wide open. So I ran by the Mossy Oak, ran by our DU Bash, ran by literally, I can't even remember where all I ran, and had to buy a bunch of stuff because there's some awesome.
I might have done that a little bit too with a couple custom painted fishing lures. So I know what you mean.
Oh,
there.
that's cool. Those Jared in Jared's booth. Yeah, that's awesome. Our current artist of the year. Yeah, DU's artist of the year. So do I need to tell Sarah about all that?
All right, now look.
Okay.
Let's keep that here. Yeah. She's not watching. She's not watching.
So, and one other thing that I think we ought to hit on is our CEO, Adam Putnam.
Incredible.
People use the word the man of the people, right? But that's something that has stuck out with me the last 2 days, really, day and a half, or yesterday, and then early part of the day is he's not walking around in a suit and tie. He's not walking around in a jacket. He's got on the DUX shirt today. He's standing at the doors as people are coming in. He's greeting them and fired up, was dancing here. He's going to be on here at 9:30 this morning just to talk about what the show means here in Memphis, kind of what he saw yesterday, and just pure excitement. And he'll be so much fun to talk to. But he's out and about. And it's one of the things I heard from a lot of vendors this morning as they're walking up was like, man, Adam Putnam's the CEO, right? And I was like, absolutely. And they were like, he came by my booth and thanked me for being here. And I was like, well, that's what he does. That's who he is. And he represents our 30,000 volunteers across the country.
Yep.
And he takes great pride in that. And so he was out. I mean, he just was standing here fist pumping, looked like he was about to run out the tunnel for the first quarter of a, college football game.
He's awesome. I mean, he was even walking the floor yesterday, just like you said, shaking hands, thanking people for being here. As the doors open, he was one of the first people to meet him right there.
Yep.
And that speaks volumes. When people know, hey, that's their CEO standing here, welcoming me, thanking me for being a part of this, that's few and far between.
Bob Spurl was on here yesterday. He's our current president. He was all over the floor. I saw him numerous times yesterday. Rex Schultz, our first vice president.
Just saw him come in.
He just came in with senior advisory, Mr. Mike McShane, policy. So they're here. If you want to see, DU's top volunteer leadership, they're walking around, they're shaking hands. Rex and Mr. Mike were back there behind us for hour before the show started, looking at Rete guns and talking with them, and they're right on the backside of the duck den. So, and before we go forward, the duck den would not have happened this year without our duck den sponsor, Service Master Recovery Management, Service Master by Cornerstone. We thank them for sponsoring this year's duck den and just this year's event. Purina is special. And I think you would probably know that most on this side is they were with us all 3 years in Texas. Yeah. And that was the first phone call, I'm assuming, you made when we were coming to Memphis.
Yeah, they, like you said, they supported us as the presenting sponsor in Texas for 3 years out there, and then when we made the decision to come here, 2 years ago, almost to the day, they were the first ones we talked to, and they said, absolutely, what do you need from us? And how can we make, our experience good for everybody to really educate about what we do? And so, yeah, they've been on board since day one of DUX, 5 years ago, and they're going to continue to be good partners with us in the future.
Great people, too,
yeah,
man.
they are.
They've got some, and they have some fun interactive things.
They
over
do.
there.
They have
oh,
one
yeah.
of the, to me, this is Matt Harrison's opinion. To me, they have the coolest setup.
Yeah.
It's so cool.
Seeing how long you can hold your
The
hand,
hand
in
underwater
yeah.
to feel what a dog feels like, and then
Yeah.
the sniffing thing.
Yeah, that's really cool.
Isn't that cool?
Yeah, I mean, it's just
It's awesome.
to make you feel like a dog. I mean, like to see what your dog goes through. I was about 60 seconds in. I was like, can't feel my hand anymore.
Yeah, maybe I'm not going to send them on that retrieve when it's ice breaking through it.
Supposedly, somebody did it yesterday for 10 minutes.
Do what?
Yeah, that's the record.
That's a long time.
Yep.
That's a long time.
But I mean, that just shows to. So what else do we have going on today?
There's a bunch. Like you said, a bunch of the seminars going on. You have a bunch of unique giveaways. I know the 24/7 Hunt guys are going to be here with Can-Am.
Yep.
doing
And
special-
Migra.
And Migra. They're doing
Migra.
another one.
Okay,
Yeah.
sorry. So
Back to
even
back.
Migra, doing like a limited edition hat, I believe,
Yep.
that they're giving away. There's just a lot of cool things happening. And I don't even want to tell everybody all of them because I want them to come and experience.
That's right.
The
there's-
Migra meet and greet is 11:30 to 1:30.
11:30, 1:30.
Migra booth.
There's one of the hats right there. Going
People
across
are
the
wearing
floor.
all of them, all
Oh,
kinds
yeah.
of different hats.
Yep.
We also stop by and see the DU Conserve booth, the DU store booth, and unfortunately, we don't really need to promote the DUX Sportsman's Bash tonight because it's sold out.
Wow.
Yeah, it is.
So over 800 people.
Incredible.
But if you, my phone's ringing, people are calling me. I guess they.
Probably Jimbo. all
they're
these
watching.
people.
Yeah.
They want a shout out.
Danny Green, I'm coming. I'm there in give about 5 more minutes. I'll be down to see you. But that's the cool thing is that Sportsman's Bash, and that's a volunteer-run committee.
Wow.
And they've
100%.
got a booth in here, and that's what makes DU so special.
Yep.
And what makes DU is the passion of our volunteers. I mean, these people don't get paid. Our president does not get paid. He pays his way, and he'll probably go down as, I mean, he's traveled. I mean, I see him all the time.
Every big, not even nationwide event I have seen him at, from literally third term to
Oh, yeah.
here to SHOT Show to, I mean, every event that we have a gathering for Ducks Unlimited, I have seen our president.
And even this event has a volunteer, chairman that runs it, James Cook. He's the volunteer chairman for this event, and he helps steer the ship and
There goes
work
Tom
everything.
Beckby.
Tom Beck.
We've
There he
seen
goes.
Tom Beckby. There he is.
He's in the building.
Tom Beckby is here today. If you have never gotten to meet Tom Beckby,
Just
he
ask
is
for
here
him.
today. Just ask for him. Go by and see Ratcliffe and ask him for Tom Beckby.
That's right.
But no, he is. He's a man of the people too as well, and they're all out here. But Logan, we know that you have tremendous things to do today. I'm sure your radio's blowing up, and your phone is too. But thanks for coming down and joining us on the
Absolutely,
set. You
man.
were an
Absolutely.
integral part of planning this duck den for sure, and everything that went into this. But also come by and get your punch card. The DU Conservation,
Yeah.
all the DU booths have a punch card today. Grab the punch card, get a stamp at all the different DU booths throughout the show, and we will. We're going to draw for a door prize tomorrow afternoon, along with all of our other prizes. Just for coming. Matt missed this yesterday. He actually reminded me of this yesterday. I'm going to remind him today, but just for coming, fill out a ticket when you're walking up the steps. We have a DU Polaris, a Shin Gear family. What do you call it yesterday?
A family
collection,
pack.
family pack.
The family pack
It's
collection.
awesome.
Shin collection.
Yep, he's got everything out there. That 2 massive door prizes. We originally said you must be 18 to win. If you are under 18, you fill out a prize. Our friends at Chen said, hey, you know what? Let's draw a kid. If we draw a kid, let's let them win the Shin Youth Collection. They're going to customize the kid out and everything they have, youth, waders, jackets, the pants, whatever they need. They're going to deck a kid out in all youth gear. If we, because a lot of kids wanted to fill out. They wanted that membership, and we said, let's do it. Let's draw it. So
Bring the family.
Bring the
'em.
family. We
Bring
got
'em
it.
on.
So we are going to take a break from the Duck Den here. I know this looks really cool. This looks like a den. It looks like we're sitting in a den.
Yep.
But what is going on around us, you will see when we go to the switch to the Eagle Eye camera.
And make sure y'all want to be back here for this next.
9:30.
This next one's
9:30.
gonna be a big one.
Mr. Adam will be here, and I'm hoping we can get that
little.
same excitement he had when those doors opened this morning at 9 o'clock. But Stay tuned. We will be back live from the Duck Den here at 9:30 with Ducks Unlimited CEO, Mr. Adam Putnam.
Hey everyone, we are back live at DU Expo, live in Memphis, and we have with us our one and only CEO, Mr. Adam Putnam, that we are super excited to have on to talk a little bit about what's going on, the excitement, some of the awesome things that you have an opportunity to come and see, and we are just beyond excited to be here. And today, I mean, the doors opened earlier, 30 minutes ago. We had a great rush of people. We had people lined up. I was told at 6:30 this morning there was somebody lined up, which is absolutely incredible. But Mr. Adam, what have you seen so far? What has that feeling been like to see the amount of support of people showing up that early and supporting our DUX Expo?
Man, it was just overwhelming. I was here when we opened the doors for the grand opening at noon yesterday, and to see the people streaming through. So I wanted to make sure I was in that same position again this morning at 9 o'clock when we opened those doors again. And to see the families here, to see the people who've driven so far to be here and to be a part of this excitement, be a part of this fun. We are off to a fantastic start. We feel so good about the feedback, the love, the fellowship, the camaraderie that the outdoor world certainly knows. And to see the next generation walking around in their camo overalls and being pushed around in their camo onesies and the strollers, and watching those beautiful English cockers on the stage at Purina. And, we know that they're all going to make their way over to the Pyramid at the Bass Pro Shops. Pyramid, the eighth wonder of the world. It just reassures you that our tradition and our lifestyle is strong and growing.
No doubt. Yes, and I think that Bass Pro Shop has a great setup in here. You know, they're one of the only ones that not only has something hanging down, but then they've got the ducks inside of it, which is an awesome thing. But we were over there talking to one of the Bass Pro Shops people earlier this morning, and they were telling us about how excited they were for the new exhibit that the grand opening that inside of the Waterfowl Heritage Center, the Canada Goose. And the book, and we saw some people walking by with the book yesterday, and we assumed they'd been there on their way here. And Bass Pro's been a great partner in Memphis to Ducks Unlimited and that Waterfowl Heritage Center, and every time you drive across the bridge, what's cool is with this one now we got them twice. Yeah. Right? When they drive across, they see that Ducks Unlimited brand on the side of the eighth wonder of the world, as Adam alluded to, and then they get to come and pull into the parking lot here and come inside this, and they got Bass Pro here, and then I bet most of them the day trippers are probably making it a double stop.
No doubt. In fact, the Pyramid's running a shuttle back and forth from here at the Renaissance Convention Center to the Pyramid, and the exhibit that you referred to is it's world class. If you enjoy the folk art of hand carved decoys and what that represents to the history of our sport, to the history of this country, to the artisans that spent cold winter nights carving out Canada Goose decoys, and really the rebound of that resource, which is embedded in the story of that decoy exhibit that Tim Peterson has so generously loaned to us. Many of those Canada Goose decoys are available for the public to see for the first time ever. And wow. It is a world-class collection. And we're just so grateful for Johnny Morris and Bass Pro Shops giving Ducks Unlimited that beautiful exhibit space in the Pyramid for the Waterfowling Heritage Center. Everybody who drives across the Mississippi River on that bridge and they see the big duck head on the side of the Pyramid, they think that's our office. I was giving the mayor a tour the other day, and he said, "What's it like to work in the Pyramid?" I said, "Well, I don't know, boss man. I don't work in the Pyramid, but we've got a beautiful museum up there." Yep. So it's a spectacular, it's a real gift to the city of Memphis.
It is, and it shows the testament of Johnny not only allowing us and the trust that whole group has for us to put, because that's not a cheap collection. I can't imagine that that's a cheap collection. So for the trust of Johnny and the Bass Pro and David Hagel, the manager at that store, to having us, to allow us to put that there, shows a lot about his trust in us and the conservation work we do. And I think that speaks a lot to Johnny and JP, and what they do is their conservation is first. And you know, it's a special place. And if you haven't ever been there, you have to come and see that Waterfowling Heritage Museum and
it's special.
That new exhibit.
That's exactly right. That conservation ethic is embedded in it. Of course, it's a retail store, and there are plenty of places to scratch our itch for our consumerism. But in amongst that, ultimately, is the story of how hunters and anglers are the funders of conservation in North America. And that exhibit space allows us to tell that story, whether it's in a humorous way through the history of camouflage or duck butt decoys, or in a very serious way where you have a world-class collection, a very serious, one of the finest decoy collections on Earth on display there. So we program it and have something for everyone, but it's really part of that larger story. And you see that larger story playing out here at the Ducks Unlimited Expo. It's about families, it's about connecting to the outdoors, it's about the healing power of the outdoors, it's about how we weave art into the outdoors, and that hunters and anglers ultimately give way more than they take from the resource.
No doubt. I want, Mr. Adam, I want you to talk from a CEO standpoint of what it's like to have DUX back here in Memphis. We've heard a lot of people, one of the questions I've asked is, where's it going to be from here? Where are we going after this? The whole nine as far as the DU Expo. So we know, like you said, the mayor swung by. You were able to show him around. I know it's special to the city of Memphis to have the DUX Expo here. But can you just talk a little bit about how special that is to be not only back in Memphis, but this is also where our headquarters is right here located in Memphis. And it's just, I feel like we're home here.
Well, you said it. We are home. And Memphis is home to a continental conservation force for good, the largest conservation NGO in this hemisphere. And Memphis is where we call our home base. And certainly, we think it's important to give back to our community. This is a community where we have relocated families to here to be a part of our leadership team, to be a part of our conservation family. Ducks Unlimited and our thousands of volunteers and our hundreds of thousands of members are part of restoring the Mississippi River floodplain right straight across the Mississippi River from where we're sitting right now. That will be a gorgeous Ducks Unlimited park designed to go underwater every couple of years as the Mississippi River rises, as it has for millennia. But we will be planting trees, restoring those bottomland hardwoods, and working with the Big River Crossing Conservancy. They will be installing bike trails and hiking trails. That's part of us giving back. And this show is a part of us giving back. The whole Mid-South is an outdoors ethic. And the entire Mid-South is conveniently located to right here in the Renaissance Convention Center to come be a part of this DUX experience, do a little Christmas shopping while they're here, but also, again, reinforce that all of the factors about the North American conservation model that hunters and anglers make possible.
And speaking of that, we had Mr. Kevin Perry on yesterday with Congressional Sportsman talking about this amazing The Truth About Conservation gun collection that Mr. Will Primos has collected, the Purdy guns, and that his plan with that is to auction these off with Rock Island Auction Group, and they are going to donate those funds to 5 different conservation groups. And so we had Chad Manlove, our National Director of Development, John Gordon, our senior media guy, here talking about the guns and what that means, and just another pioneer in conservation. And it's also sitting in the hallway here for people to view. And it's just, I think that speaks to what conservation means to some of the icons in the sport.
That's exactly right. And icon is the right word for Will Primos. Icon, Johnny Morris. Icon, Toxie with Mossy Oak. We are attracting the icons of the industry and of the conservation world. If you were to build a Mount Rushmore, these are the names and the faces that would be etched into the side of the mountain. And we're just so grateful to Will for his generosity. I know that, we're kind of in the, we're here in Tennessee and, in the neighborhood of Arkansas and Mississippi. When you say Purdy guns, you don't mean pretty guns.
No,
you mean those London Purdy guns, right?
Yes. The
Hammer.
They're beautiful. And we heard yesterday on there that the 28 gauge, that is the only 28 gauge that has ever been made, and it was custom built for Will to complete his collection.
Wow.
And I made the reference on our live stream yesterday that, when they were talking about that, it had that bow whoop kind of feeling to me of like they made this iconic gun for this iconic person, and we know what bow whoop means.
Yeah.
And so in the history books over the next 50, 100 years, they'll be talking about that 28 gauge, that gun, and what it will see and where it will go and who will buy it in December and what that will mean back to conservation the same way Bo Whoop did. It gave me chills sitting here talking to these professionals about what that was. And it just gives you a good feeling. It kind of goes with what Adam said to start this. That family feeling. These guys are giving back to conservation. They're putting their money where their mouth is. They're putting their efforts and everything they have. They know what it's going to take for us to carry this on for many years. And it was just such a good feeling to talk about and hear their passion about what those guns mean, what they've meant coming from Will Primus. It was just incredible.
And that's right. And just to be clear, that is not a museum exhibit. It is a museum quality exhibit, but it will be for sale, and all of the proceeds will be shared among Will Primos's favorite conservation organizations, and we're grateful for that. So everybody go pick up your share of aluminum cans and return your Coke bottles and scrape up some money and bid
on
those Purdy guns.
You have an opportunity. If you're listening and watching, you have an opportunity to win those guns.
Yes, absolutely. So, Adam, will you be here all day today?
I'm here all day today. I'm here till we shut this place down tomorrow and help everybody get loaded out. And so I hope everyone who's listening will round up the kids and come up here. It's a great family experience. There's lots of elbow room to move around, beautiful things to pick up, try on, shoulder. Beautiful dogs that Purina and some of our other corporate partners have that are sitting still and on display, and they're just perfect models of behavior that my dog needs to come learn from.
Oh, we said that yesterday. We just put a kennel in here in case somebody needs to put theirs in there while they're gone. And if I can give anybody a tip for coming, this is a waterfowl show. Yep. We made sure that they had the air condition turned down to about December 15th weather.
Getting everybody primed up.
You may want to either come with your short sleeve on and buy a sweatshirt or buy something from the people here, or throw one in your bag, because it does feel amazing here.
Or join us here at the Duck Den and warm yourself by our
We may have to turn this fireplace on, Rachel. Can we do that? There is a heat element of this. But this does look like a duck den. This is just a very small part of what we have here at DUX. The doors are open today until 6. And we reopen the doors tomorrow at 9. So if you can't come today, come tomorrow.
Yeah.
Come tomorrow. I promise you, this is 168,000 square feet of just show space, plus all the hallways. There's a food court. There's beverages around here. Everything you need to bring. And there are kids galore.
And there's still people just piling in right now.
Yep.
And look at all the children. It's awesome.
It's fantastic.
My son is so excited because he has a long list of friends that are coming today.
So cool.
And there's a lot of kids here. People have asked, is there stuff for kids to do? There's plenty of stuff for kids to do, see, touch, and talk to some of the best in the industry.
Yep.
And so I know that bring the families. We are so excited to end this. So everybody, Adam, thank you so much for taking some time to be with us here in the Duck Den. Restored by SRM, Service Master Recovery Management, made this happen for us. We thank Purina, we thank Bass Pro Shops, all the corporate partners that have helped make this show happen. But it wouldn't happen without you, the people coming to the show, and all of our volunteers making it happen at Ducks Unlimited, because they are the reason that we get to sit in these chairs. And our volunteers are here in forces with our National Leadership Conference, of which Toxie Hayes was our keynote speaker yesterday, and people left with just fired up and then came up here and see what we have. So we will be back, I think, at 10 o'clock. We have our next show live at 10 o'clock.
We have our Purina friends.
We have our Purina friends coming on. Dr. Ruth Ann will be on here with Matt. Carl Gunzer, and we are so excited to them. So, but I'm going to go walk the floor and shake some more hands, and I know Adam as well.
Be there with you.
Thank you, Mr. Adam.
Be back at 10 o'clock. Thank you.
Yep. Hey everybody, we are back live in the Duck Den at DUX, and I have two very special people with me that I consider friends, that I have gotten to spend some time not only at shows with and at headquarters with, but also chasing some ducks. We have Mr. Carl Gunzer and Dr. Ruth Ann Lobos. I cannot thank y'all enough for taking some time out of your busy schedules, because I watched y'all yesterday and y'all are very busy, okay? But thank y'all so much for carving a little bit of time to hop in the Duck Den and talk to a little bit about our listeners. But before we get going, kind of about the Expo, I would like both of y'all to just kind of give us a rundown about your job titles for Purina and what you handle on that side of things.
Carl, you going first?
Ladies first.
Ladies first.
Dr. Ruth Ann.
I'm going to look around then. I'm the senior veterinarian for Purina. I wear a number of hats, but I would say my favorite hat with the organization is doing things like this and supporting the sporting dog world, the conservation world. I'm an adult onset hunter myself, so in 2020 I jumped into this world, and I, thanks to one hard-charging yellow Labrador, and I haven't looked back thanks to the career change here. But love to educate dog owners, cat owners, just about what they can do better for their pets, all through the power of nutrition.
That's awesome. Mr. Carl?
You wear a lot of hats, but none are as white as Matt's.
That is true. That is
My
true.
very white hat right here.
I'm the director of the Sporting Dog Group, so I manage our sponsorships of sporting dog events, and then lead our relationships with nonprofit conservation organizations like Ducks Unlimited and Pheasants Forever and others that are great partners from a sustainability perspective as well as a relationship.
Absolutely. And we've talked about y'all's booth, I think, every segment we've had. And we've had a lot of segments because Purina is such a big supporter and partner of Ducks Unlimited, and we're super thankful for that. The presenting sponsor for DUX, which is huge. And I was telling on our last, or second to last little segment we had that I think y'all have, and y'all weren't even on the segment, so I meant this, okay? But I think y'all have the coolest booth. I think it is so cool. I know that we've panned to it a couple times to show our viewers, but it is so cool. So will y'all just kind of give us a little bit of rundown, because it's really unique. Like on this side, look at the people right now sitting down, which is incredible, but kind of break down how y'all's booth is set up. Then I want y'all to talk a little bit about what each part of the booth does.
Yeah, so certainly we've got the presentation stage.
Yep.
There's a whole lineup every day. I'm in that lineup a couple of times during the day. And then we do have, we have some sample giveaways. We want people to be able to experience what, our great formulas can do for their dogs, as well as some joint supplements, because we know that's super important. And then we've got a little bit of an interactive side on the other side, which I think gives the attendees kind of a feeling of what their dogs experience, and also the amazing talent of their dogs when they're out there.
Yep. Now, I saw y'all working really hard yesterday. Y'all had a bunch of different seminars, kind of how we have been over here in the Duck Den. Y'all have been over there on the seminar stage. Mr. Carl, what are some of the things I saw there at the end that you were kind of walking around holding the mic?
Right.
Letting people ask questions to the panel that y'all have, but y'all have a lot of different seminars going on that are not only really just neat, but educational. Like Dr. Ruth Ann said, that's great to learn. It's a great opportunity for people to come in and learn about our lovable pets.
Yeah, and everything from, like right now, Wild Rose Kennels is up, and Tom Smith is presenting, and then we've got people talking about spaniel training, nutrition, all kinds of different topics.
First aid,
yes. All kinds of different topics with veterinarians, trainers, and those folks are also in the booth. So they'll present, but they're also in the booth if people just have questions and want to come talk to them and learn and ask questions.
And that's what I love about it too, is how approachable y'all are when y'all aren't presenting. You're, like you said, in the booth, and anybody can come up, walk, and I guarantee you, out of the number of people here today, I bet 70% on a Labrador, a Golden Retriever, Cocker Spaniel, whatever it might be. And there's a lot of people that need that education. So it's great to have that set up here so people can come up. Look at the people still just flooding in, and look at the people stopping there listening. It's great to have. it's great to have, and I know that y'all enjoy it too, being able to give back. And I think you said one of your most favorite parts of your job is being able to come here and the relationships that you're able to build, but also the education side of thing. I know that means a lot to y'all.
Yeah, and I really try to help people sort through the marketing noise too.
Yeah.
The pet food world is so confusing. So really trying to give them, my talk is your top 10 nutrition questions answered, and I don't think I even have a pro plan slide, a product slide in there at all. It's really about trying to empower those owners, and so that they can have that information and do better by their dogs. Because again, at Purina, we believe people and pets are better together, and that's why we support DU. So we've got the land and the water space and all of that to be able to have this great adventure with our dogs.
No doubt. What would you say, Mr. Carl, yesterday was the biggest hit seminar-wise, the one that maybe was the most well-attended or most asked about or most engaging? Because like I said, I know throughout the day y'all had a bunch of different ones, but what are some, and I'll let you as well after speak, what are some of the questions people come up to you with, the most asked questions, but what would you say seminar-wise was one of the best received?
I always like the panel discussion at the end, because people can, the presentations are great, but people like to ask their questions, and then what's really fun is sometimes you get different answers from the different trainers or even veterinarians up there, because there's a lot, there's the old joke, the only thing two dog trainers can agree on is what the third one is doing wrong, and there's always different ways to do things. The other second biggest hit in our booth was the free 100 Easy Birds we gave away to the first 100 people by the booth. So if anybody's watching this and they're coming tomorrow, the first 100 people by the Pro Plan booth get a free Avery Easy Bird.
Look at that.
And then we got coupons for people, 40% off Pro Plan. So there's a bunch of things besides the seminars just to come and check out at the booth.
That's awesome. What would you say, Dr. Ruth Ann, are some of the top asked questions whenever people come by and they want to, Dr. Ruth Ann, I got a question for you. What would you say?
Well, I would say that they should come to my talk today at 12:30.
Okay.
And then it's your top 10 nutrition questions answered right there.
So perfect.
Shameless plug.
But honestly, I would say, even on the panel and then when I was in the booth, I got a lot of questions about food allergies or just allergies in general.
Wow.
Because we see, it's not uncommon in our dogs that they've got allergies.
Mm-hmm.
But I think a lot of people have a misperception that it's food related first. And really that is way down the list on things that dogs are allergic to. So.
And you're going to be hitting on that.
I will be. Yep.
Today at 12:30. 12:30. So if you're listening and you're not here, you've got some time. You've got a little bit of time. You got about 2 hours and 21 minutes to be exact. So
that was good math. That was quick.
That? Was that
quick?
We got a little clock down there. But no, so that's so, interesting to hear about what are some of those. And I love that you're talking about that today, as well as a lot of y'all's seminars. I know that there's a bunch of different seminars going on the conservation side for Ducks Unlimited. Purina's having one. I think Mossy Oak is doing something today as well. So it's been really cool to see. What have y'all enjoyed the most about the show so far? And I know we're only about halfway through it now. Today's going to be the biggest day, I believe. That's my personal opinion. Tomorrow may be bigger, and I hope it is. But we have, people are still piling in. Our chief communications officer just came up and said that there's a massive line of people still trying to get tickets outside. So it's great. But what have y'all enjoyed the most so far from DUX 2025 here in Memphis, Tennessee?
You going first?
The weather. The weather inside the Renaissance Convention Center. It's 72 and fluorescent here. And, after doing the DU Expos in Fort Worth when it was 102 and sunny, 72 and fluorescent. No, I'm kidding. I love how many different vendors and displays and things are going on. It doesn't matter if you're interested in dogs or firearms or decoys or boots or apparel or
we've got it.
Here, it doesn't matter. It's here and multiple vendors. So it's really fun. It's always, all these shows are kind of like homecoming every year.
Absolutely.
You know what I mean? But I think this one, to me, 250 vendors or something like that?
The final count, I think, was 253.
There you go.
Nice.
Completely sold out on both sides of the floor. So, and this is first year back in Memphis, which is huge, and it's been great. It's been truly great. What about you, Dr. Ruth Ann?
I love the people. I mean,
Yeah.
I'm an introvert, but I do love to talk to people. And then
Yeah.
I like to go back to my hotel room in quiet silence and not talk to anyone for a while. But, the folks coming in, they have great questions. They're
Yeah.
passionate about what they're doing, not only in the duck hunting, but their dogs. And, they just want to do right. And
Yeah.
so I love talking to them and hearing their stories and what kind of dogs they're working and all of that. So
No doubt.
that's been really fun. I also really love our 2 little interactive stations that we've got at our booth.
That are awesome.
So it's, you can come by. Dogs have 300 million scent receptors, right? So in their noses, which is insane. So we've got
Insane.
little jars out there for people to test to see if they can find which jar has the duck scent in it.
Really?
Yeah. To
And then
see if
there's
you're as good as your dog.
And then there's also another one where you can put your hand
Yep, in 35-degree water.
and see
which
how long
is,
you can last.
Yep. See, simulating what your dogs jump into in that January cold water and see if you can last as long as they can.
It's so neat.
Yeah.
Put a dead duck in your mouth. Yeah, they're amazing.
Have you had a dead duck in your mouth?
No,
Oh, okay.
the dogs. Yeah.
Oh, okay. I was just wondering if you were speaking from personal experience.
He's been in 35-degree water with a dead duck in his mouth. That's what Mr. Carl's been doing this
Not
morning.
on purpose.
Yeah. No. Well, thank y'all both so much, like I said, for carving time out of your busy schedules. I know you have a lot going on today. I know tomorrow as well. And not only thank y'all for what y'all have going on today, but thank y'all for what y'all do for Ducks Unlimited as well. I know, like I said, starting this off as Purina is a huge support to Ducks Unlimited. We are so thankful for that, giving back to wetlands conservation and all the waterfowl that we love to chase. So thank y'all truly. I'm not going to keep y'all any longer so y'all can get back and start answering some of these new people they're still just coming in the doors here. I know a lot of people have a lot of questions for you, so I'm going to let you get back to it. But thank y'all both seriously so much for taking time to hop on the DU podcast here in the DUX Duck Den.
Hey everybody, we are live here at DUX Expo. We've been coming to you live from the Duck Den, but we're doing something a little different here for the next 15-20 minutes. We're actually going to be walking around the showroom floor, showing you some of the booths, talking to some of the vendors, letting them show you some of their cool products. So stay tuned, we're going to cut real quick, then we're going to go find some booths, and we'll be right back to you. All right, everybody, we are here at the Alps booth, right by the Duck Den, and they have one of the coolest setups here. I've got my friend Zach here with Alps. Gonna talk a little bit about the Expo so far, talk about something cool they have going on this evening. So Zach, thank you for taking some time to chat with us. How's the Expo going?
Great. Yeah, this morning was crazy seeing the people
know.
coming through the doors. Yeah,
So many people.
Yep.
What do y'all have going on this evening? I see over here you got a hat press. What we got?
Yeah, so all show long we're doing custom Alps hats here. So we have a hat press machine too. We're making them right on the spot. But then, yeah, we want you guys to come by, sign up for a Maluna 111 giveaway with $1,500 worth of
Hand of
Alps
that
gear.
right there, Noah.
Yep, bunch of gear there. And then from 3 to 5, we're going to have Chandler Rowdy Robertson, our musician here, and we're going to be giving away free beer too. So it's going to be a party.
Great time. So if you're here, swing by booth
247.
247. Don't miss it. Got some sweet stuff here. So swing by and check it out.
Thank you.
All right, we are back live, and I have with us Mr. David Schuessler, who is the man of the hour, who's made a lot of this magic take place. I mean, look at the people behind us. It's unbelievable. People are still piling in. Crazy time. What is going on so far? Is this not crazy?
It's awesome. Yesterday was fantastic. I think we knew yesterday when there were lines Friday at noon going out the door that we were going to have a great show yesterday. It's proven the same today. People still coming in. We had to take a whole group of people downstairs to get people checked in, but it's been like this ever since the doors opened. I think it's only going to get more and more during the day. The air conditioning feels great.
Unbelievable.
So it's all come together.
It's a great
wonderful
time.
We
got live music being played right now. We have duck calls going. It's unbelievable so far. Like Mr. David said, we still got people piling in. I just had to run downstairs, and there's still just waves of people coming in, and it's not even 11 o'clock yet. So we shut the doors at 6, but be sure to swing by. You got so many cool booths, so many things to come and check out. So if you can, come swing by and check everything out.
Absolutely. Thank y'all.
rolling, baby. We're rolling. We're here in the Chen booth, and I have with me Mr. Duck Hodges here.
What's going on, everybody?
We are having a great time so far. It's unbelievable the amount of people here. The Chen booth is popping. What have you seen so far? How's it going?
So, honestly, I just got here about 20 minutes ago, and man, it's already just incredible how many people I've seen.
Yep.
We were pulling up to go park, and the people rolling in. Glad to have it in Memphis. Glad to be here.
Back home.
Man, glad that. Man, it's awesome. There's a lot of cool things. I'm about to go walk. I haven't seen anything. I came straight here, so
Come on now.
this is the first thing I've done here.
Look at that. Now, what about the giveaway you have going on?
Yeah. So, Chen Gear, Chen booth. We're doing Ambassador Hour from 1 to 2 o'clock. I know me, Fred Hill, gonna be here. What I got is here. I'll show you real quick.
Look at this. Check this out.
Look, first 10 people to come from 1 to 2. I got 10 left. The Duck Hodges Duck Club
10
hat.
left.
Yeah, the last 10 that will do probably ever. So, y'all come by, hang out, talk hunting, talk some land. Just come hang out, have a good time.
1 to 2 here at the Chen booth. Swing by. You don't want to miss one of those sweet hats.
Let's go. Appreciate it, buddy.
Yep. Good deal.
We are back live at the DUX, and we have a special guest here with us today. What's your name? Miles is with us. Where are you from? Holly Springs, Mississippi. How's it feel to be in Tennessee? So, what have you done so far? What have you seen?
A bunch of hunt stuff.
Do you like to hunt? What's your favorite?
Turkey.
Turkey? Okay. Have you shot one yet? All right. Do you duck hunt? A little bit? Yep. Who's the better caller, you or your dad?
Right, me.
You? That's what I'm talking about. All right, so is there anybody special you came to see or a special booth you want to see?
No, probably not.
Not? All right. Well, there's a lot of cool ones here. Are you really excited to be here? You a big Ducks Unlimited fan? That's what I'm talking about. All right, we're here with Miles. Miles, say go Ducks.
Go Ducks.
Let's go.
We got 2 more right here.
Come on.
All right, tell us your name. What's your name? Sam and what? Sam and Gracie. Where are y'all from? Mississippi. Now, I see you got a bag. What's in that bag? Can you show me? Show me what you got. You got some cool stuff?
No, I didn't get that.
Oh, you didn't get that. Okay. You just tucked it in a bag? Oh, you got that one. Ooh, I like that. Can I have it? No? Gracie, you got anything yet, or you still shopping? You still shopping? Okay. Well, you get you something, okay? You make sure you fill that bag slam full of goodies. All right? Make sure Sam totes that bag for you out. All right? Y'all gonna have fun? All right, give me 5. Thank y'all. Y'all have a great time, okay? All right.
Jimbo Robinson here, back live at DUX show, and I'm excited to be with our USA Clay Target partners, and they are one of our best partners in our trap program. I'm here with John and John. They came down from Minnesota. Yes, sir. They are here at the DUX show. Bring your kids by if they're interested in shooting. They have an incredible shooting sports program they offer, and it's a virtual one, right?
Yeah.
That's what they do. They do virtual shows. But come by, check out the DUX Unlimited Trap program that they offer to all of our USA Clay teams from across the country. Guys, how's the show been for y'all?
It's been fantastic. So
yep.
Far. Yes, sir.
So what do you think, what's the impact this year? How many athletes are y'all going to impact?
We're going to have 55,000 kids this year that are representing more than 2,000 school-sponsored teams.
Wow. 55,000 athletes shooting across this country. That's incredible. It's incredible. Biggest year yet?
Biggest year yet, safest sport ever. No injuries since the league started in 2008.
No injuries.
Injuries.
That's something that we should hang our hat on.
It is.
Right? Yep. Come by. Chapstick?
Yeah.
I said that earlier, and somebody's like, no, that's bowstring stuff. I was like, oh, I didn't get it. So come by DUX. We're open until 6 o'clock today. Stop by if you are interested in the USA Clay Shooting League. Check them out. They're great partners of DUX Unlimited and our trap program.
All right, we're here at the DU Sportsman's Bash booth, which is one of my favorite booths because I came in here before the show even opened and bought 3 hats, a shirt, bunch of different stuff. They got some really, really cool stuff here. I got over here Mr. Shelton. He's over here manning the booth. Give us a little rundown of what we got here because I had never even seen these hats until I came to the show, and I bought 3 of them. So give us a rundown of what we got right here.
So we got some special hats made just for the Sportsman's Bash here at DUX. You know, the old school crest to some old school logos, some updated stuff, t-shirts as well. We got the Great Gun giveaway over here, and then we have the over-under giveaway as well. We got about $30,000 worth of shotguns we're giving away. Winner takes all.
This is one of my favorite shirts. I had to come and get me one. Oh, I knocked off the sign. I'll pick that up. Got it. All right, this is one of my favorite shirts. Mossy Oak Shadowgrass, DU logo. Be sure to come by and snag you one of these because, trust me, these are a sweet shirt, okay? So come by, see Shelton, pick you up 14 hats and 2 shirts at least, okay? You don't want to miss these. Thank you all. Stay tuned.
Bienvenidos a la Ducks Unlimited podcast. I am your host for this hour, Joey Vasallo, and to my right we have Cal Ness.
Yo.
Thank you so much for having us on the Ducks Unlimited podcast here today. And we wanted to talk to some much smarter people than us.
Yeah,
We've
way
got
smarter.
Steve Adair and Jared Henson. Thank you so much for coming on.
Yeah.
Great to be here.
And we are
real
sorry
happy to be here.
when we start asking these questions if we sound dumb. Might be a little dumb.
There's no dumb questions.
There are no
Okay.
dumb questions.
All right.
If
that
you
might
have
not be true.
questions, someone else has the same question.
Yeah, that's
My mom told me there are dumb questions, for sure.
I taught in
Just trying to
college
get
for a
you to
long
be
time.
quiet.
No, so what are your guys' official titles at Ducks Unlimited then?
So I'm the chief scientist for Ducks Unlimited.
Wow.
Yeah.
That's a big deal.
And these are our very special guests, Steve Adair and Jared Henson.
Yeah.
So thank you guys for being here.
Yeah.
You bet.
Steve, how long have you been with DU now?
28 years now.
Yeah.
So
Wow.
it's been a while.
It's a long time.
Yeah. Been able to work in the the conservation delivery portion and the science portion, kind of back and forth a little bit. So
Yeah.
got a fairly well-rounded sense of.
You've seen some stuff.
Yeah, I've seen some stuff.
Yeah.
Right.
That's good.
Yeah.
That's good because the questions we have today, you will have had to have seen some stuff
Okay.
to be able to help us answer some of them. Don't you think, Joey?
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
And then what is your title, Jared?
So I'm a project manager in our conservation department as well, and I work
Okay.
on our ecosystem services team. It's a group of scientists that help us quantify all the non-duck benefits of our work as well, right? So we can scale and try and actually market to a much larger audience.
Yeah.
Okay.
But I'm a diehard duck hunter and a waterfowl biologist
Yeah.
by training too. So
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, I saw
so it
your
all
Facebook
comes
and I saw all the
together.
bands on your lanyard. I was like, oh, okay. He
I've got a
really
few.
knows how to hunt.
I have, well, I think it's more the fact that I had the luxury of hunting some fantastic places growing
Sure.
up.
Where are you from?
I'm just outside of Little Rock, where I'm from.
Okay.
So I grew up, my grandfather's best friend had a hunt club on Big Ditch in Stuttgart. And
Cool.
then my dad had a hunt club on Cache River
Nice.
growing up.
So you grew up hunting trees.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
No, that's where you'll find me.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. He loves trees.
And then are you a big duck hunter, Steve?
I am. Yeah, I grew up on the Texas coast, and so I
Nice.
was running around the coastal marshes there.
So
and
shooting a lot of
I was
redheads?
going to say, shooting some redheads.
A lot of redheads.
Yeah.
A lot of, classic marsh ducks, widgeon and gadwall, green-winged teal, and then we had a lot of geese back then too. So we hit
Oh,
the rice
sure.
fields and shot a lot of snow geese. Most of them over here, Arkansas and
Yeah.
Louisiana nowadays.
Well, yeah, it's changed a lot,
Yeah,
hasn't it?
The flyways changed a lot. Yeah. Yeah. And now I try to get to Canada, hunt the prairies up there every year, and
Yeah.
get you a good fill of, cranes and geese and ducks. So
You can shoot everything.
you can shoot everything.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's
yeah.
cool.
Just
Yeah.
run out of cooler space. We say we run into a biomass problem up there. How are you going to deal with all this?
For sure.
I think that's a great segue into one of my first questions is with flyways changing, guys, us as hunters are wondering why, these data points of how many ducks we have and stuff, we always wonder how we are surveying these birds, right? Are we still doing it the same way that we were doing it in the 50s, or what has changed? And then it's kind of like a three-part question, so I apologize
We're
for
going to
that.
start with part one and let them answer that.
Right. So
Yeah. Yeah, so the survey is pretty much the same. So, they follow the same routes that, have been established back so that the data is comparable from year to year, right? So
Right.
if you change too much, then you worry about, is the result a change in methodology or a change in the bird distribution? So we try to survey the same areas every year.
do you think that there's a problem with surveying the same areas every year? Because I feel like we're in the middle of two flyways in Minnesota.
Yeah.
We have the Mississippi and the Central, and it feels like both flyways are either heading further west or further east. And so when we hear duck numbers are changing, or they're getting lower, but we're still going to the same traditional spaces, but everybody knows that the flyways are moving further over.
Yeah, great question. So, we have really good coverage of the landscape when in the prairie pothole region. So in the prairie pothole region of the U.S. and Canada, if the birds settle there, if that area is wet, we're pretty confident that we count most of them. When that area is dry and they overfly and they go into the boreal forest and the Arctic, we know there's birds that aren't counted every year.
Sure.
The landscape's huge, and so some of those birds are missed. And so, like, if you see a year when we have good bird numbers, the prairies get dry, then they go down the next year, we know some of that is the artifact of the survey. Yeah.
Sure. Well, I wanted to make a quick statement on. Yeah. It's actually super important from a scientific experiment standpoint to survey the same places every year.
Sure.
Right? Because then if you're not, you're measuring apples to oranges, right? So if we're measuring the same places every year, we can say with some pretty good confidence that something changed from last year to this year. Is the exact count of ducks perfect? Maybe not, but we can definitely say that for some reason there's more ducks or there's less ducks.
In that area, though.
Something changed this year on the habitat, right? So you can detect trends if you're looking at the same thing, right? But if you look at different places, it may be the fact that it's a difference just in habitat or a difference in something about those two places and not necessarily something that is a population impactor.
Sure.
Yeah, but if the birds are shifting their migration pattern and we're like surveying the same area, then obviously I think as hunters our question is like, well, we know obviously what you're saying is that something in that survey area has changed. But does that actually mean that our duck numbers have changed? And I think that's where people get really confused and I think frustrated, to be honest, because, you know, when we see, oh, it's down this percentage, but when we're hunting that area, especially like for us in Minnesota, and we're noticing major shift in migration pattern, well, then we're saying, well, are the duck numbers really down or are we just surveying the wrong area?
Yeah. So, you know, I think one thing that you have to be cautious about is, you know, from one year to the next, trying to be too precise with that number because there is some slop in it, right? There's some variation. So we really pay attention to the longer term trends. So like 5 to 10 years, what's going on? Because we're pretty confident that those errors kind of, you know, even out over time. So if, you know, if we see a big change over a long period of time, or if, you know, the prairies get wet and the bird numbers don't rebound, then those things get us worried. But yeah, it's, you know, you don't want to. That number that's produced every year is plus or minus 5%, you know, and so that you can't just zero in on that precise estimate.
Yeah. So I understand going back to the same places every time to have like a control, right? And then you can judge the variables off of that. Is there a difference? Like, why wouldn't we go to the new areas as well? Is it a matter of funding, or what's the reason?
Yeah, like more surveying. Like, couldn't we just do more, like survey other areas too, and start to create a control for those areas?
Yeah, we could. I mean, funding's been a bit of a challenge. You know, these things are expensive, and pilots, you know, availability pilots, and dealing with weather. But I know that that's being looked at. Like, you know, how can we expand, you know, the number of transects in some of those locations? Alaska's one of those areas that's challenging, you know. That's a big...
It's so vast.
Yeah, vast. And it's a big part, but we do know that, you know, it'd be great to have more transects in there and get a more precise estimate.
Yeah. And just to clarify, how are you guys collecting this data? Are you going up in a plane? Because here's what I've heard. You put your thumb over an area and you guesstimate, okay, this is 400 birds underneath my thumb, and I could probably fit 25 thumbs. You know, there's that many birds. Is that how it's working still?
So I will say one thing first on your statement is that we're not counting.
Yeah,
sure. That is the U.S.
Yeah, no, we're not.
That's good.
We're not saying that. Yeah.
We've done, you know, we've been trained in that, but it's not our day job, right?
Yeah, sure.
Yeah. And it is an estimate, you know, based on the area and the density of birds in there. And then they do ground check, you know, that as well. So there's a ground correction factor, and that really relates to like the amount of vegetation out there. So when you have a year, the water's back in the grass, back in the cattails, back in the, you know, the reeds, you know you don't see as many birds. And so there's ground crews that say, okay, the plane said they saw this much, this is how much we counted, and they can correct how many they missed.
Yeah.
And so
that's another thing that's super expensive. That part is
that's a lot of labor
funding, right? Yeah. To get those ground crews for those calibration factors and things too. So
and now we are. I mean, I think you guys are getting at, you know, that there may be some better ways to do this. So there is exploratory efforts going on with drones and things like that.
That's what I was just going to ask. Yeah.
And you know,
AI models.
Yeah. It's
AI and tech. Yeah.
That's right. It's really promising that, you know, we can, identify birds and vegetation and get down to species. The challenge, I had some recent conversation about the challenges, the type of drone it would take to cover the survey areas are like military grade drones.
Well, and
like
it can't come from China.
747s, that would have the fuel to be able to cover that.
Right.
And so that's prohibitive right now. But the technology is improving. That we're pretty confident that there's going to be, more precise counts in the future. Yeah.
One other question I have for this, right? Like, I feel like one of the things that we notice as hunters is we see multiple different survey numbers, and we obviously know that, there are surveys being done at different times. And is there, would you think that doing like later season, like June or July surveys versus like a May survey, because obviously late breeders tend to, give us some different numbers, and like
they redo it again and again and again.
Right. And so it's confusing when you see like one survey will come out and it's 28% down, and then the next survey comes out in June or July and it's like 25% up. And so where can we, like, what's the variable on some of that, and like is there a way to correct some of that?
Yeah, well,
sorry.
So I'm gonna kind of start off with May is kind of peak, right? May is a really good look at habitat quality, and then also kind of peak mallards is what most of this is going to be looking at, right? So they're aiming at kind of looking at those numbers. When you get into June, you're going to get into broods. In July, they're harder to find.
Right.
They're good at hiding in cattails and stuff too. And I think those are some things you got to consider when you're trying to look at that. Steve, what else would you want to?
Yeah, I mean, you're dead on that. Like, if we had a series of counts, we'd have a better estimate. But so far, it's been the same thing: cost and personnel prohibited.
Funding.
Yeah.
So we need funding.
Yeah, we need funding. We need funding. Yeah.
Do you think that there's a good way that we could, like, use our platform, and if we put together like funds, right? Like essentially a GoFundMe for better harvest data or better just data and understanding our ducks. Like, is there a way that somehow we could get that done? Like, would Ducks Unlimited be able to put the funding where it needed to go and do something like that?
I think a lot of waterfowl hunters feel like, we obviously pay taxes and some of our tax dollars go towards some of these things, and when we're buying our licenses and all this stuff. But I think there's a lot of people that kind of get the feeling and the vibe that it's not enough right now at this point. And if we want to actually protect ourselves, because there's only a couple million duck hunters maybe that, we know about 1 million are hunting every year.
Yeah.
And there's, 300 and some million people in this country. And so we're like, well, we're just not getting, I think, some of that money working for us in the right ways.
Yeah.
That's what we've been told, for sure.
Yeah, I think it's a great idea. I mean, we should, I can't give you an answer today, but I think we should keep thinking and talking about it. I mean, I think sometimes, with these things, changing the survey is like eating an elephant. It just overwhelms people, Right. But I think some of these things, we could experiment with some pilot areas and take a bite at a time and, see what we can find there. We are involved with a couple university scientists looking at doing the pond counts with satellites, instead of doing that on an airplane, and people feel pretty good about that. But they're really refining that methodology and making sure that they're accurate, because you get this satellite image and you classify it as this type of wetland. You still have to do that ground check and say, okay, is that really what's out there? What we're seeing. So they're fine tuning that kind of work. So I think all that's promising. But as far as putting your money to work today, we should think about that. It's a neat idea.
I think a lot of waterfowlers would be more than willing, like if there's a project that says, 75% of this money is going to go into the research of this, and then 25% is going to go to boots on the ground to pay the people to get it done.
Yeah.
I think a lot of people would really
be willing to pay extra money for that.
Yeah.
I think there's something else here that you can tie into that as well, and that's just making sure your voice is heard, that you care about those things.
Yeah.
You care about science research. You care about funding for those types of programs, and sometimes that gets lost.
Yeah,
for sure.
Right? We take that for granted sometimes. Sometimes we don't voice those things. So whether you join as a member of an NGO like Ducks Unlimited, or if you go buy your duck stamps or an extra duck stamp or something like that, those are great ways too that you're also showing support for those programs
as
well. And I think that's another thing you can do.
Yeah.
Good point.
Yeah, for sure.
we need a unified voice, right, to make sure that support for those types of programs are warranted, right? Because sometimes people need to hear it.
Yeah.
Yeah, for sure. Do you guys want to talk a little bit about banding? Can we talk a little about banding?
Sure.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Do you have any questions right off, Joe, or do you want me to go with one?
No, you start off with one.
Okay. I mean, one of my questions I wrote down here is like, do waterfowl banding numbers actually reflect real survival rates? Or are we missing major data because of hunting pressure and reporting gaps?
Yeah. So band data is actually pretty darn like the data set's big enough that we get some really good insights into it.
Yeah.
We have calculations and correction factors due to some reward band studies that help us understand what's not getting reported, what is getting reported, what are the rates. That helps us correct for that. And so doing that and using that kind of correction factors, we get a pretty good estimate of survival across time periods. And so it does give us a really good estimate of survival. And now that we've got some different banding windows, whether it's the traditional spring banding, like post-reproduction spring banding that they do on the prairies that they generally use for the AHM models.
Yep.
Right, that gives you your winter survival or year survival. But now we've got some of this winter banding data that's giving us some really good insights into the summer, the breeding season survival as well, right?
Yeah.
And that's really been enlightening because it's showing that due to some habitat constraints on the prairies and in the breeding grounds, we're losing female ducks on the nest.
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah.
And what's the biggest reason why we're losing them? Is it due to predators? Is it due to harsh weather?
Habit. And I'm going to say something briefly, but I'm going to turn this over to Steve. Steve's a prairie expert, by the way. But it's habit, right? We're in this massive drought cycle, and so that shrinks habitat. You get, compounding impacts of agriculture, and everybody's trying to squeeze $1 out of every acre they can. You can't have a farmer for that. They're trying to still make a living. Mm-hmm. So then you limit where that hen can nest, and she's more susceptible.
So it's habitat problem.
Yeah. It is.
Yeah, it's habitat. It's a predator and habitat interaction, right?
Right.
So it's habitat changes that make hens more vulnerable to predators.
Yeah.
When it comes to, like nesting and all that, when a hen fails the first hatch, how many times is she going to keep trying to have more?
Great
in a
question.
year, would you think?
So it depends on the species. Yep. So we have documented a mallard hen try up to 6 times. They're really persistent renesters. Pintail, on the other hand, maybe
Not
just
so much.
once. Yeah, not so much. And that's part of the reason that you see pintails struggling a little more than mallards, because they don't renest readily.
When they renest, are they producing smaller broods or like less fit ducklings, or?
Yeah, the clutch size tends to decline. You know, so like the first nest maybe 12 eggs, and next one 10, and next one 8. So they, they're
steady
having
decline.
Yeah, they're having to get all those nutrients again and get enough to lay that into the clutch, and it gets a little draining. The other thing we see is like the earlier that a nest hatched, the greater probability of the brood surviving.
The predators hadn't figured it out yet.
Interesting.
Right?
Yeah.
They're just kind of coming out of that dormancy.
That's right.
The predators are, so they hadn't figured it out. And I think that's really kind of the early season. And then that's why you also hear people talk about making sure that the end of the wintering period and that spring migration habitat, if it's really good, a lot of those dabbling ducks especially, they build what's called capital. They build those fat stores going back, and those hens use that to make the yolks. That's the expensive part. Once they burn that on their first clutch, they got to go find it all at that point in time on the habitat.
That's why they're less fit.
That's right.
That makes a lot of sense.
Yeah. So one of my questions was, do late season nesters really have higher success rates?
They don't.
No.
Okay.
They have lower success.
Because I've heard that.
Yeah.
I've heard people say that, and I've seen stuff about that. Yeah, late season nesters are more successful, and that's not true.
No, the studies are pretty definitive. It's the early nesting birds. There's these super hens, we call them. That really know what they're doing. They tend to be older. They get back. They get that. They get it done, and then the birds are flying, and they go molt, and things are good.
And that's been a thing that's from the past couple years with habitat conditions, right? It's been dry.
Yeah.
But then we get these spring rains, but they're later spring
June,
rains.
July.
So everyone's like, oh, we got some water on the prairies. Like, yeah, but it's a little late. it's good for brood survival. But still, re-nesting is still, it helps, right? Because it does spread the ducks out. But generally,
better not having it, right? It's better than not having it.
Exactly, but it's not the same as getting those early spring runs.
Yeah. What is the actual success rate or in like different environments? You know, like the prairie pothole versus other places. Like, do we know what some of that looks like?
Yeah, I mean the prairies, are kind of the gold standard for nesting habitat. It's just fertile environment.
Great agriculture.
Great production of invertebrates. That's the food that they need to, for the hens to lay their clutch and also for the ducklings to survive. Lots of wetlands when you move in the boreal forest, but it's a rocky landscape, right?
Sure.
And so you just don't have the same production of the food resources. So the birds tend to spread out, and they do okay up there.
Yeah.
But you don't see the 40, 50 million breeding population from the boreal that you do from the prairie. So the prairies is kind of boom and bust. The boreal's really steady. That's kind of what we think about.
Not a whole lot changing up there.
Yeah, not a whole lot changing.
And across the prairie, it's been upon habit that the success rate is going to be drastically different depending upon the amount of grass cover and what's in water availability. But you need 15% to maintain populations.
15%, huh?
Just to maintain. In some years, that's hard to get.
Right.
Yeah.
There's some habitats that get 0 to 5% pretty consistently, and there's some that can get 75, 80% in some areas. Like you got super high quality habitat, lots of grassland to spread the ducks out.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I remember growing up, we used to manage a couple of duck properties, and every time it got rain in the spring, my dad was saying the same thing. He's like, "This is going to be great for the birds," but it was earlier back then. It was late March, early April, and then May, and it was incredible. And we would see cats, coyotes, like feral cats, like tomcats. They're huge because they were just munching on ducks, and then skunks, raccoons. All of these, and my dad taught me a long time ago, you have to take care of those, otherwise the ducks are going to suffer. And I just saw enough ducks and pheasants in the mouth of a cat or a coyote in the ditch. And it just pisses me off, So, like, what can we do about that to help the duck survival rate in those areas?
Yeah, I mean, like Jared said earlier, it's really about providing that habitat, because, you think about 15%. I mean, that's 85% of those nests get destroyed, right?
Yeah.
So they're adapted to that. I mean, they're adapted to that. They're adapted to putting out, it's a numbers game for ducks. They put out enough eggs, that if they can get 15%, then the population's gonna hang in there. So it's really about having that habitat, that they have the food resources and the nesting ground, and predation isn't unnatural to them. It's not a bad thing,
Right.
It's something that they live with. So we just got to have enough so they can be successful. Yeah.
And I think one of the things that you just mentioned that I kind of want to talk about too is, like, you mentioned skunks and you mentioned raccoons. Those are probably the two worst on nests.
Yeah, skunks and raccoons.
You threw coyotes in there.
Yeah.
And what's interesting is that coyotes are predators of skunks and raccoons.
Huh.
So in some of those systems, it's better to have the coyote because they'll also displace fox.
Sure.
And fox are wicked on hens on the nest.
Yeah.
They are a female duck specialist. They get them, especially in the prairie. So those balanced ecosystems are really important. It's not if you take out all the coyotes, right? Then
all of a sudden duck numbers are better.
You can
that
doesn't work that way, right?
Yeah.
And so between that and then, like Steve was saying, is like you get more grass, you spread stuff out. If you've just got a 50 yard strip around a wetland, that's a buffet for a raccoon to walk around and go pick up every nest. It doesn't have to look very hard for that, right?
Yeah, they're not killing the hen; they're just eating the eggs.
That's right.
Yeah.
So I mean, because really, at the end of the day, like coyotes get a bad rap. Like coyotes get a really bad rap, and I think a lot of people think that, like you were just saying, Jared, it's like, oh, coyotes, they're killing all the. But really, that might not be the case.
They have a bad rap with me.
It's like keeping
keeping
spiders to get rid of other bugs, but you kill all the spiders, and the bugs are, thriving.
That's right. Yeah. We'd rather see coyotes, than skunks and raccoons.
Yeah, for sure.
The other thing you have there is they have a much bigger home range, so a coyote might range a couple miles, where a skunk is half a mile. And so you can pack a lot more skunks in an area than you can coyotes. And so
that's true.
Yeah.
Never thought of it like that.
Me neither. Yeah, that's interesting. I'm glad you brought that up because I think a lot of people will say, like, and I'm sure you hear it. That's why
it's
you
a common misconception.
For sure.
Yeah.
Speaking of that, I mean, especially you, Steve, having done this so long, what do you think are some other, like, myths I want to say.
Some misconceptions.
Misconceptions that hunters have about biology and duck numbers and all that stuff that you've seen.
Yeah, one of them that we still struggle with today is that, if we, that we can control population somehow by hunting, right? Like, when the numbers are low, if we shoot less, then they'll do better. And, what we've seen over time is, at least like within the current range of limits, that the populations really track the water on the prairie potholes, So
that's all that matters, huh?
It's the main thing. It's the main thing. I mean, I wouldn't say that harvest never matters. I mean, there's probably some species, diving ducks, we worry about susceptibility. They're pretty eager to decoy, and
which we love that.
Yeah, we love that. Yeah,
we love that.
Yeah, they don't have as big a clutch. A lot of times they're 2 or 3 year olds before they nest, the females, and so their population doesn't have the same ability, say, with teal or mallards to produce. So I think hunting does not have as big an impact on the size of the population, I think, as we kind of assume. Like when the population's down, we have this gut reaction. Well, man, we should shoot less.
Right.
But you really can't stockpile. Yeah. When the habitat isn't there, they're not going to do well.
Yeah.
Dr. Scott Stevens had a really cool analogy that I loved when he talked about this. He says, all right, say you got 10 mallard hens, all right? If they all fly south and you shoot 5 of them, 5 go north, and there's only breeding conditions for 3, it doesn't matter if you send 8 back.
Sure.
Yeah.
Right. So that's how you think. That helped it kind of make sense.
Yeah.
So you're saying raise the hen limit?
No, I'm not. Negative. I am a big proponent of,
I was just messing with you.
Yeah,
but that is very
selecting.
Very cool way to think of that.
Being conservation minded behind the shotgun.
Yeah.
So, and as a southern duck hunter, that's a big thing to think about too. Like, just because they say you can shoot two hens doesn't mean you have to shoot 2 hens, right?
Right.
And there's a lot of science out there that shows that, I think, what's the average, Steve? It's like 3.75 drakes. 2.25 hens makes up a 4-duck mallard limit.
Whoa.
In most places.
Nice.
So hunters are good at it.
Oh,
They're good at shooting drakes.
Well, we all makes the picture better, right?
No doubt.
They're beautiful.
Brown, it doesn't look as good.
Gorgeous. Yeah, it does.
Green.
Yeah.
It's pretty much my favorite
Little
color.
color. You gotta get a little color.
Yeah. The same guy, Scott, when I shoot a hen, he chews me out because he said, "You just messed up the picture, man." Like,
right.
Well, that makes me think, right? Like, I think going into some of the different legislation and the way we make our laws and regulations about hunting seasons and hunting limits. You saying, well, that us shooting ducks, and how much hunting pressure there is doesn't really necessarily affect the success rate of, each season and how many birds we have.
Yeah.
So how does the biology that you guys work on all the time and, all these surveys and the estimates and all that stuff, how does that actually work when it comes to creating our laws and regulations and changing them, year to year?
Yeah.
Steve, I'm gonna throw that one back to you.
Yeah. So we have, this system now. It's called adaptive harvest management, and it's some pretty complex mathematical models about what's driving the populations, and it has an interplay of habitat conditions and bird numbers. And I don't know if you guys have seen those, but there's a matrix that looks at, okay, here's the size of the population, here's the number of ponds, what kind of season do we have, liberal, restricted, or closed, or there's a moderate in there too.
Yeah.
And that is what the federal scientists use to recommend the duck season.
But it's only a recommendation, huh?
Well, so the way that the law works is that states can decide to be less. I mean, states can decide to be more restrictive, but they can't be more liberal.
Gotcha.
So sometimes you see, if like they say you can have 2 hens, there's some states sometimes that say, well, we're going to cut it to 1 or things like that.
But they can't make it 3.
They can't make it 3. Yeah.
Because that's a federal law.
Yeah, that's a federal law.
They put guardrails on it, right?
Yeah.
And that super, it is a very complex model. But there's some very bright people. But it's population dynamics, and the big thing it comes down to is births and deaths. Sure. What leads to increased reproduction? So they've got models around all those things. Habitat that impacts reproduction, how many eggs generally hatch, what's the ratios of those types of things, and then what's the mortality rates, right, on the other side. And that's how they're modeling that, right? That's the science of population dynamics.
And what different like sources and everything are they sampling per se to get all that data, and are they visiting that algorithm on a year-to-year basis?
They are.
They do. They adjust it every year. So they're looking at the survey numbers. They're looking at harvest rates from band returns from the wing, the wings that we all send in, and so they're looking at that data and they update it every year. Yeah.
Are they taking into consideration like private information versus information that we're gathering through programs that are funded specifically from our taxpayer dollars, or government funded programs versus what like Ducks Unlimited might provide to them, and other groups and organizations and hunters and all that stuff?
Yeah, they do take into account like peer-reviewed research. So, universities or organizations that do research and published, and so that gives it credibility once, the scientific community has reviewed it. So that goes into it too. And that was part of the, the revision of the pintail model, and now we can shoot 3 pintails, and they've really taken in that latest information on pintail population.
Which, awesome. So excited about that. Because the year that they set it to 1, I talked to everybody around the country, and they're like, I have never seen so many pintails. Why did they drop it to 1? Everybody, because I don't know if you guys have ever hunted in Kansas, right? Field duck hunting in Kansas.
Yeah.
You will get tornadoes. You'll hunt a field of 30,000 ducks, and there will be a flock of 4,000 pintails with 2 mallards in it. And you're like, I can't shoot into this flock because I will accidentally kill 9 pintails in one shot.
Wow.
And that just, it gets me, But the data must look great.
Yeah.
Obviously. They must have really bounced back, huh?
Well, pintails are still an interesting story, like Steve said, because of their interesting breeding requirements. But the data shows that hunting is not a driver on their population, and so that allows that opportunity if you get it. There's a lot of people out there that hunt that might shoot a pintail, but the odds of them shooting 3 in a day is almost non-existent.
Sure.
Right. But if you do have that day,
it's in select areas.
Of them,
that's right.
Then you do get those opportunities, right? And so that's kind of allowing for hunter opportunity was kind of the idea behind this.
That's cool.
That's kind of one of the reasons that did that.
Sure. So I think we got about 10 minutes left.
We have about 30.
30 minutes?
Yep.
Oh, shit. My bad. One of the things that I really want to talk to you about is all the duck DNA being sent in, and how many birds are actually still wild versus game farm, reproduction.
Yeah.
And how it's actually really changed them nocturnally, how they eat, where they eat, how much they fly, how much they migrate.
Yeah. And it's really cool to me, and Steve's well versed in this as well, but it has been enlightening to me, especially on the Atlantic coast.
Yeah.
I mean, you're seeing 75 to 80% game farm genes in a lot of those birds. And
Does that scare you? Does that freak you out?
I'm not going to say I'm freaked out, but it does raise my eyebrows 100%, right? And especially with some of the and it's definitely raised the alarm enough that we need to explore it a lot more. We need to understand how those game farm genes are impacting mallard physiology, mallard behavior, things like that, right? Because now we don't know. Some of the early data shows that they don't migrate as far as...
Right. I'd seen a study done in Michigan, where they were like testing birds on Lake Michigan, and they had
Ben Lukanen did some great work with that.
They don't nest as readily as the wild birds, and so they're not as productive as the wild birds are when you get those genes in there.
And it's been interesting from me being a Mississippi flyway guy down in Arkansas, right? And like you don't get a lot of game farm genes down here. They don't migrate this. So we see mostly wild. So wild ducks are what, if I want to see waterfowl hunting tradition, that's alerting to me that those game farm genes don't make it to me, because now I want to understand, like, is that something that could be an impacting factor or not? I don't know.
Yeah.
Right.
We need more research.
I was going to say, do we need
understand it?
do we need to have like those kits essentially all over the United States?
They are all over. We've got them in all states. They've got 1,700 samples already through Duck DNA.
Nice.
We've selected and Mike Brazier and then our conservation assistants that have worked on this program have done a fantastic job trying to balance our sample.
Yeah.
To make sure we're getting a good sample from across all 50 states to make sure we can get a look at how those genes are moving across the continent.
And just a little diversion here. So we're starting. We partnered with the Wild Turkey Federation. They are wanting to start wild turkey DNA.
Wild turkey DNA.
Because there's some concern that there's domesticated turkeys and are breeding with wild turkeys. And there's parts of the country where turkey populations are in trouble, and they're wondering, well, how much of this is genetic? You know, in the past, we just thought, oh, it's had to be something to do with habitat when we see a decline.
Yeah.
And this is really opened our eyes. So, well, maybe there's some genetics here that they're just not capable of doing as well.
Yeah.
So it's been pretty fascinating.
And the breeding biology for a turkey makes that way worse.
Yeah.
Because they're almost like a lek species, so there's one dominant male turkey that's breeding all the hens and areas. So they don't get genetic variability like a duck would or something.
Yeah. Do you feel like, from what you know so far from the data, like obviously the Atlantic flyway I think is the most susceptible just because of the practices that used to happen back in the Chesapeake Bay and before all the laws were set, right? That's
Well, there's still game farm release in the Atlantic.
Oh, really?
Still doing some.
So it's not 200 years ago or like 150 years ago. It's more recent.
The amazing thing is it seems like 3 generations is enough to take them back to wild.
Really?
If you remove the game farm input.
Okay. That's really
the population can heal itself.
Yeah.
You just got to be careful about those inputs.
Yeah.
If they play such a big role as we think they may. So yeah.
Sure. Because I've just noticed a little bit of difference I've been hunting since I was really, really young, but what I can truly remember, I was about 10 years old and on. So it's about 20 years.
Wow.
And I've noticed a huge difference in the flyways moving, everything, but also how ducks will react to pressure, duck calling, and then their feeding habits and migration in general, like throughout the day. Because we used to hit a lot of ducks in that morning transition between leaving the water, coming to another little piece of water, going out to eat, coming back to that water, going back to the roost. It feels like that is changing, and I was wondering if that could be due to duck DNA.
Wow. Yeah.
I don't know. I think one thing to think about, too, on that is that we've had several years in a row of fairly low reproduction. And an adult mallard or an adult duck is good at not getting shot.
Sure.
Yeah.
Like really good at it.
Yeah.
The GPS studies show that.
Yeah.
They find a safe pattern.
Yeah.
They find a safe pattern and they stay on it. So it may be some genetic aspects, but it also may be an artifact of the fact that the age ratio
in the population.
Right.
We're shooting older ducks.
Older
is a little older and smarter.
So we're truly only shooting the dumb ducks. Essentially.
Yeah. Essentially. Yeah.
That's what the wing bees told us for a long time.
And that's okay because we want the smart hens to go back and nest really well. Right?
Yeah. Exactly.
And that's why if we have a boom year on duck populations, right, you get a big, super wet spring, great May pond count, you get a duck explosion, everybody has a pretty dang good duck season.
That's right.
Yeah,
for sure.
Yeah.
So one of the questions I wanted to ask, and this is good too, especially Jared, you know, being from Arkansas, right? I mean, a lot of the time we will hear, you know, people in Arkansas frustrated because of some of the different practices that are happening in Illinois, the northern states, you know, all this stuff. And, you know, we've obviously, in my opinion, we've noticed a shift in the time of year that ducks are actually migrating. And I think one of the things that's really frustrating to hunters in like Minnesota is, you know, we have a 60-day season and it closes at Thanksgiving essentially. And
before the ducks get there.
The ducks aren't there.
Yep.
The ducks are not there.
This is a pretty new problem in the last 5 years, I'd say. And it's been getting progressively worse over the last 12, 15.
It's been warm. We're seeing later and later migration. And I think a lot of the time in our heads, we're like, well, if we were able to move our season back a little bit, then when they show up, because in Minnesota, the river is full of mallards in December. Our season closes.
It's upsetting.
2 weeks later, the river is chock full of mallards, and we can't hunt. And so what are they going to do if we're not hunting them and they have habitat and they have all the food and the resources? They're not going to leave.
Food.
They live to fight another day.
That's right.
Yeah.
And
They
so,
live to, and
But then they're not pushing down.
That's
further
right.
They're
down
not,
the
but
flyway.
even if, and we've seen this the past few years, like even if you get a good cold snap, sometimes there's enough habitat up there to not make them come down. But I think that's the artifact of kind of the weather cycle we're in, right? It's been pretty warm, and I brought this up a while back in a conversation. I used to go from December into January. I'd hunt a whole bunch with my grandfather, and we broke ice a lot.
Yeah.
For 5-6 days in a row, things like that. And I'm not saying we're breaking thick ice, but in Arkansas, you're breaking ice.
Yeah.
We shot a lot of ducks, a lot of mallards. The last several years, it's gotten really cold in Arkansas, but only for like 4 days.
Sure.
And the GPS studies, the science shows us, especially with mallards and those bigger bodied ducks, they can hold out for 5 to 7 days in that cold temp, and they can weather that storm. So unless you have some prolonged cold and the snow cover to make that food, they're not going to come down. And so, yes.
we know
and,
they'll
but
reverse
Brahm,
migrate, too.
But Brahm and Dr. Lisa Webb up at Mizzou did some fantastic studies on band data, and they showed that, yes, there's a shift. There is a shift in populations. But like for Arkansas, the centroid went 80 miles north, right? It's
that
not
was
that
it?
far, roughly.
That was it? 80 miles?
Yeah. The centroid of that banding data from 1960 to
Well, and
present,
I mean, birds migrating, we obviously know they'll reverse migrate. And, is that something that's like a newer thing where these birds are just like, well, we're not going to go any further south than we absolutely have to. So they'll just get to where they have to be. And if they get cold weather, they'll go a little further south and then it warms up and then they're like, well, we'll just go back north again then.
Yeah. That's right. And it again varies by species, right? Mallards for sure, right? I mean, they don't go south until they have to, until the water's locked up, the food's covered up with snow. Blue-winged teal, they're a calendar duck. They take off kind of no matter what, same time every year. No matter what the weather conditions are like. So, but yeah, we do see that. And the other thing you gotta put in there is kind of food availability. I was in North Dakota for 20 years, and we would see a lot of our locally produced birds would go into Canada. Because their peas were really abundant up there, and so there would be this abundant food resource in September. And you have more corn and beans in the Dakotas now. Well, they don't harvest that till November, so those birds would go up and eat peas for a couple months before the food is really available.
Is that due to smell? Are they smelling peas, or how do they know to go north?
Right.
That's a great question.
Because how many times? Well, I don't know. Have you guys hunted in the Prairie Pothole Region of North Dakota?
Yeah.
Yes.
How many times have you seen it where you're watching a field get harvested for corn? Obviously, no birds have been in it. There's not a whole lot of ducks around. The next morning. There's 2,000 ducks in that field.
I don't know how they know, man.
How do they know?
I don't know how they know. Yeah, they're uncanny in their ability to find that, right?
Who's got that schnoz?
Yeah, they got that schnoz, and somehow they communicate with their buddies. They're like,
That's
come over here. This is where it's at.
There's some really cool research on communication between birds on roost sites.
Yeah.
There's been some long-term studies on that, and it seems like those knowledgeable and naive, and if birds communally roost, they're not talking to each other most likely, but they probably look over and like, hey, that's Frank. Frank looks fat and happy today.
Right.
Let's go follow Frank tomorrow.
Right.
Frank found something.
Yeah.
Right? That's kind of the thought behind that. And geese are fantastic at it as well.
For sure.
Like, absolutely fantastic. So,
sure.
But yeah, no, the whole, like, we see geese and stuff behind combines. In Arkansas. Like, you get combines throwing rice out the back, and there's specks, and snow geese right there.
We see that in Minnesota when they're tilling up ground, and seagulls are just coming and attacking those worms.
Well, we always joke too, because as hunters, we're so careful when you go out in the field to hide all the trucks really far away and make sure your hide's amazing. And then, we'll always joke like, but then the farmers out there, in the field and the geese are 20 feet from a truck eating.
Yeah,
they don't care.
Right.
So it's kind of funny, and we have a buddy, Nick Johnson, who always jokes that, like, it's not so much about whether or not, it's in the field. It's more about, like, are they used to it? Like, is that normal? And he explains it so well with the carpet analogy.
Yeah.
Like, if you walk into a room and somebody's in someone's house and their carpet, is perfectly clean, but there's a shoe in the corner on the carpet. Well, you're not like, oh, that shoe shouldn't be there. That's weird. Well, people live here.
Yeah.
That's their shoes.
But if you see a bunch of bumps underneath your carpet, you're going to go, what is that?
Exactly.
When it should be flat.
Right. Right.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's
it's
the
kind of
hide part of it.
Yeah,
huh?
that's the hide part of it. It's kind of an interesting analogy, where it's just like, yeah, but the farmers they park their trucks out there.
Yeah.
The geese don't care, but we're so careful about it.
Have you guys tried these A-frame blinds?
Yeah,
yet?
yeah.
Yeah. So I mean, we started having trouble with our layout blinds, and people were saying, well, it's because the shadow once the sun comes up. Well, that thing's that far off the ground. You put this big layout, and the birds come in there like they don't even see that thing.
Right.
I don't know. That was puzzling to me. Like,
well, they're not used to it in your area.
I guess so.
It's
Very used to it in Minnesota.
Okay.
Yeah.
Now they're figuring it out.
It's cyclical because you'll see, like, me and Joey talked about this a couple years ago too, where it's like, well, the A-frames kind of come out and have this resurgence or whatever where people are using those. Ducks may not be quite as used to it. And so we hunted A-frames for a few years.
Usually
and
on the field edge.
Then we kind of started to feel like, all right, well, these birds are getting a little weird about the A-frames now. So then, we're going back to layout blinds, and it's just...
Okay.
There's some goose
Keep 'em
guides.
guessing.
Yeah, there's some goose guides down in Arkansas, and I think it's really cool because if they're going to put one A-frame out, they put 4.
Yeah.
Yep. To
and they make it look like a
giant bush.
hedgerow.
Yeah.
And they said if we put one out, we won't get a goose within 100 yards of it. 'Cause these are mostly guys hunting white fronts.
Yeah.
Specs. And but if they put 4, he said they'll land at the base of it.
Yeah.
And so that's funny. And then I was going to laugh because you're talking about the equipment thing. We did a snow goose hunt last year, and we had a panel blind set up against a big cat excavator in the middle of a field on the end of an old airstrip. We shot geese at 20 yards.
Yeah.
Wow.
Oh, yeah.
They had no care about this giant, and it made an awesome backdrop for shade behind us. And
oh yeah,
probably a cool picture spot.
People, I had a video on my Instagram of it, and it's spinning around. Someone was like, Is that a track hoe behind you?
Yeah,
Like,
exactly.
It is. It is a track hoe right behind us.
For sure. We found too, like with the A-frames, one of the things I thought that really helped us was, the A-frame is such a square thing. And so when we really started looking at it from afar, you're like, well, that's so obvious. And so we started taking branches or like tree branches
Make it more 3D.
and you put them
so-
in the ground around the blind, and that really breaks up the look of like the squareness of it and the size, and so no one's actually
a little
in
more
those,
gradual.
exactly,
shape to it.
more of a
That's cool.
gradual fall off of some of the hide. And so ducks are crazy. I mean, obviously they're way smarter than I think people give them
They're
credit
wicked
for.
smart.
Yeah,
wicked smart.
Yeah. Well, one of the things I wanted to ask you guys too is I guess in reference to like 60-day, like our seasons, right?
Yeah.
Do you, and this may be a tougher question, but do you think that our 60-day seasons and like all the season framework is really biologically driven, or do you think it's like politically driven more than anything else? Because our season dates, right? Like if it was we've been fighting this battle forever in the North about our season dates and moving them, and we're not having the opportunity.
We start too early.
We don't have the opportunity to shoot mallards. We just don't. Like they don't show up until our season is done, and we know that. Like we can see that. It's not a question. It's every single year, but we have no change that seems that it's available to us.
I'll make one statement on that.
Yeah.
When it all comes down to it, when it does come to harvest, right, the bag limit actually does not. The data says the bag limit itself is actually not the main driver for the number of ducks shot per year. Days kill ducks. So the length of the hunt season will directly impact harvest.
Right.
That's what the data shows. So that's why there's that framework. But as far as, and there's a dead stop, like for southern states, the last
January 31st.
January 31st,
Yeah.
right? And there's biological reasons for that, right?
Right.
For repair bonding and
Yep.
things like that, and letting birds go north. On the front end of that, I'm a southern guy. That's what I'm used to. So, I'm used to that side of that conversation. On the front end, Steve, do you have anything you...
I think the states have some flexibility there, so I think that the state of Minnesota could wrestle with that start date. There is, I know I've heard over the years, if you start too late, then you forego those local ducks, that tend to produce locally because they might get out of there. So you're foregoing the local ducks, betting on the ducks migrating in. But I think there's some flexibility in there. It'd really be a state decision about when to do that.
There was a backpack study done in the area that I grew up hunting in western Minnesota where they backpacked 200 mallards. And recently after that, they started our early teal season. And a large percentage of those mallards went up north, and they stayed up north for a long time, and they flew over Minnesota going further south. And so I fear with our early teal season, with our season being so early, we're just sending ducks all over the place, so we don't even have a chance to shoot them the rest of the year anyway. So that's why when you say that, it's the disturbance for us. And so if we were to just move our season 2 weeks back, it would be great. Or, have a weekend here, give the ducks 2 weeks rest, restart your season type of a thing.
Yeah. And I think what you're saying, Steve, is obviously it's probably more up to the states than really we would like it to be.
Yeah.
Unfortunately.
But we don't even know who to talk to.
Well, that's what I was going to ask. I mean, how can hunters do a better job of communicating what we're seeing in the field and not just being like angry hunters that don't have a chance to shoot a mallard? Like, how can we actually say, hey, this doesn't make that much sense, and here's some actual, science behind that?
Yeah. Well, each state typically has a waterfowl biologist, that, in charge of that, and I think starting a dialogue with that, like you're saying, this is a respectable dialogue about help us understand this, and we want to talk to you about it. They don't like to go to public forums and get tomatoes thrown at them the whole time. But if you can create a dialogue for that and, get some of the commissioners involved in that, I think they'd listen to you. I think they, their goal is to, have the hunters be satisfied and try to have opportunity for everybody. And,
well, tell me, guys, if this makes sense. If we have that many birds sitting on the Mississippi and the St. Croix River, like all these big spots that hold birds that used to hold them in early November, now it's middle to late December. If we put that pressure on them, everybody down south would benefit. Or am I just feel like that's a no-brainer.
Maybe they could go lateral too. I mean,
really?
The pressure will move them.
Pressure will move them.
But if there's open water, they got a lot of choices. I mean, we've been looking at like the ice cover on the Great Lakes for the last 10 years, and no doubt, it's more ice-free than it's ever been.
Yeah.
The last
10
cold. Winters, and so so they. When stuff's not frozen, there's not a lot of snow, they have lots of choices. And
Well, go ahead, Jerry. Were you going to say something?
I was going to say just kind of ducks move, and Doug Osborne did some cool stuff with some band data returns on some of that as well. And he looked at band data. Ducks do stay in that same flyways in general, but if you map it with water on the landscape, when ducks start to spread out from their kind of more traditional core flyways, they tend to follow water, right? Where is habitat the best? So everyone's like, Arkansas. We hear this in Arkansas, Missouri, bunch. Oh, the ducks went to Oklahoma and Kansas. No, they didn't. There's still a bunch of ducks in Arkansas and Missouri, but
you're just not scouting.
But there's water. But there's a lot of water on the landscape in Oklahoma and Kansas, and so there is a chunk of mallards that went over there, and they followed that. And guess what? At that point in time, they didn't get shot as much, so they stayed.
Yeah.
If every puddle of water in Arkansas has got a gun behind it, ducks are going to try and find somewhere where they're not getting shot.
Right. Right. So I had one question from one of the people on Instagram. How many hours a night do ducks sleep?
Yeah. How much sleep do ducks need or want?
That's an interesting question. I think one of the fun things is that birds can sleep hemispherically. They can sleep on one side of their brain at a time.
That blew my mind.
Yeah.
It's so cool.
So because of that, there's some interesting aspects of this. But, I don't know that anyone's ever, compiled data on...
How would you? A time-lapse
Well, that's what I don't know. Yeah, because you're saying...
You'd have to bring them in and do some weird... you can bring birds
up to their brain
into the lab and actually set it up and kind of do that type of work. But
it'd be hard to relate that to the natural setting.
It would. Right.
This is what we saw in the lab, but...
Right.
Does that really happen out in a wetland? I don't know.
So overnight, when they're sitting on the roost and it's dark out and they're there until morning, are they sitting there sleeping that whole time?
Not the whole time.
Not the whole time.
No, they're moving quite a bit.
For sure.
Yeah, they're you go out there in the dark right before.
Yeah, they're moving all over.
You can hear them out there chattering.
Yep.
Preening.
Yep.
So They probably sleep, like a cat. They wake up every, hour or so.
Intervals.
Check things out. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, I mean, that's gonna if you go to sleep and you go out cold for like an hour, you're probably going to get eaten by something.
Oh, for sure.
So
for sure.
So there's some selection pressures to not do that.
Yeah. Yeah.
Well, guys, thank you so much for coming on here today. This was so informative, and you guys are so much smarter than we are. So I really appreciate you being grilled a little bit. So sorry if it was a little intense.
No,
this
great,
was good.
Man.
This was
we
fun.
enjoyed the conversation. We appreciate your passion and everything you're trying to do to promote the resource. And keep it up, man.
And I think there's a lot more hunters that are trending that direction right now, where they like really care about the conservation. They understand that it's not an infinite resource.
Everybody has access to the information now, so everyone's like, oh,
yeah.
Oh, that's how.
Waterfowl hunters are amazing about that.
Yeah,
they are.
Yeah.
It's a fantastic group, and Steve and I are of that group.
Yeah,
right?
Yeah.
That's how we got into this, and that's the kind of spawned the passion.
Yeah, for sure.
No,
well,
thanks again, guys.
Thank you guys so much. We appreciate it. Thank you to DUX Unlimited for this incredible event, and also for having us come and guest host. It's been an awesome time, and we'll see you guys on the next Midwest Flyways podcast. So tune in. Thank you.
Thank you all.
Take care, guys. Yeah.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We are in the Duck Den at DUX 2025, and not often do I feel like the lowest man on the totem pole in a group of people, but with this group sitting here, I may just turn it over to them. But Mr. Bo Brooks, Higdon Outdoors with us here, Justin Martin, man that needs no introduction, and Miss Maggie Williams, and we are so excited to have this crew on with us today. So let's just go around. Why don't you just, what's your feel right now?
Dude, this has been epic. Like 10 out of 10. Incredible turnout. I mean, this is awesome.
I'm not a big trade show guy. Like, I don't go to a lot anymore. But when I went running this morning, and when I got done, I saw two people, standing over here.
What were you running from? Are you good?
My kids and my wife that were still sleeping. But I was got downstairs, and I saw two people standing in the pre-purchase line at 6:30. And I thought, There's no way they're here for the show. They may or may not have been here for somebody's exclusive calls or not. That's maybe what they told us, but they were here to meet the people.
Yeah, 100%. Everybody's here.
Yeah.
Everybody. Everybody's here. No, it's fun, man. I told somebody this morning, I said, I looked around, and it's kind of like a full circle moment for me, because one of my very first events, not even as a Duck Commander employee, but at that time a Duck Commander volunteer, was the last time y'all were here in Memphis. So we're looking at like a 20-year cycle for me, and it was kind of surreal because now I'm the old guy. I'm the old head around here, because now I'm surrounded by Maggie and Bo and this next generation, which, by the way, they're killing it. I love both of these people, and not just because they're sitting here. I would say that regardless. And even coming over here, had to cut through the 24/7 guys line. So it's a really cool place where we are in the world of waterfowl.
Absolutely.
It's a super cool place, and man, it's fun to be back in Memphis, right?
Right. Absolutely.
I'll tell you, Jimbo, I'm just so honored to be here. I'm a Northeast Arkansas girl, so I grew up right across the river from Memphis. And whenever I found out that the DU Expo was going to be in Memphis this year, I was so excited, just because that's my local sense of community. And I have just seen the waterfowl culture be so rich here all my life. So it's something I'm very excited to be a part of, and it's been a great turnout. The energy in here has been wonderful, and my favorite part has obviously been hugging all the little girls here. It's been incredible to see.
Well, mine was looking for you earlier. She had to settle for me.
Oh.
But yes, and that's something special. But I know that we probably need to just take a moment, and I know you lost somebody very special in your life this week.
Yes, sir.
That meant a lot to you, and not to just you, but the entire waterfowling world. And
absolutely.
And Miss Gail, you want to just speak to that a minute?
I would. Thank you so much for the opportunity to speak about Miss Gail Camp. I told her daughter, Ann, as long as I get to tell my story, I would love to continue to tell hers, because her legacy is something that is so important that needs to live on. And I've been telling folks here what's so incredible about Miss Gail. She was a world champion duck caller before women in the United States were able to open a checking account on their own. So losing her was a very sad thing for our community, but I'm telling you, her legacy will live on much longer. And she was just a trailblazer. And I was so blessed and so honored to know her. And I'm so happy to be here in her hometown of Memphis, Tennessee, and able to celebrate her life.
I got to meet her about 12 years ago. She came by our church one afternoon. Some of the men's ministry was doing a wild game cook to try to blow up the men's ministry. And she came and blew the duck call. And it was really weird. There were a bunch of guys kind of blowing on it before that started. She blew it, and they were just sliding in their pockets. And, I mean, they were just humbled by how good at that age she could blow it, and nobody blew it again after she did.
She's a ringer.
That spoke to her world champion.
Yes, sir.
And so, yeah, it's been a long time to have this. And you spoke to the community here in Memphis. And what's crazy is I consider it the Mid-South, right? Arkansas, Mississippi, Memphis. The waterfowl community is a Memphis, a Mid-South area, and it is. And a lot of people call this area their home. I know it's not home for you, right?
Long ways from home for me.
Long ways from home. So what in the waterfowl mecca that this area is and the South is, what are the waterfowl shows? Are these people crazier than other shows?
Oh, dude, yeah, this is wild. Like this is absolutely wild. I've never been a part of anything like this. I've been in the waterfowl industry since I was a little kid.
Yep.
You know, this is like, for me, it's just epic, because I went to my little, Oregon Waterfowl festivals where I met Phil and all these amazing people, and now we get to come full circle, and I'm getting to meet all these incredible people that I looked up to.
Yep.
You know?
If you're, and I'm going to ask all three of y'all this, but if you're, and I've been amazed by all the kids. I have 2 kids myself, Trip and Leela, and they both of them hunt. And Leela shot her first duck last year, and so I'm in that time of my life of getting to step back like my dad did and watch my son take over and do the decoys and all that. If you're a little kid walking around here, what are you telling that kid that yourself then? What are you telling them to take in and to look at?
Oh,
that's a good question.
That's a deep one. I didn't know we were going that deep.
I just thought of it because I guess it kind of hit me with what she said about Miss Gail and the impact she made on her. But I mean, sometimes I think we get caught up in the industry a little bit by just everything, right? Everything. And like, if you could go back and tell yourself something, like, I think it would be ask questions.
Yeah.
To me, it'd be ask questions.
Yeah, ask the questions, but also don't get caught up in the moment of it. Like, to truly take it all in, because just like, you know, from my perspective, right, we've lost some big people this
100%.
whole year, right? Like, and when your heroes start passing, it really lets you put things into perspective. And it's like, what can I do that they did? And it's pouring into that next generation of hunter, right? Taking the time to talk to these kids, taking the time. I mean, I've seen some of these kids at all these expos. I've watched them grow up. Like, they come up and show me pictures from 5 years ago, 4 years ago. Like, and you start seeing these things, and it's like, man, I hope I was the same guy then that I am now. And like, so for all of us, the most important thing is to be consistent in our message and what that means. And does it mean to hunt ducks? Absolutely. But I mean, it really means to love people, right? Like,
amen.
Take the time for these kids. Like, as annoyed as you may be with lines and everything else, to make sure that kid, when he walks up to you, he or she walks up to you, to give them their 2 minutes where they mean everything in the world, right? And so that's a big deal for me. Like, of trying to invest in that next generation is to be intentional about the conversation I have with them, not just, hey man, how are you? Take a picture and move on. Like, and so hopefully these kids pay attention to, and there's a lot of us, the ones that are still doing this now and are currently doing it, do that, and we do it well. And that's why we get to do what we do. And so hopefully these kids are just listening. Of course, ask the questions, but more than anything, just listen, be a sponge, take it all in, man.
That's yeah. I mean, losing, you know, an icon in the sport, one of them in the year, but to lose Phil in this year, it's the love that he got. Showed the time he took for people.
Yeah,
absolutely.
And the same thing with Miss Gail. But I mean,
oh yeah, they reunited now.
They
probably both up there cutting down on it.
They're
right
calling
about now.
all over this place right now.
That's a
but
fact.
I mean, he took the time.
Oh, he did. He took the time to, even in these expo situations, to have an uncomfortable conversation with a lot of people, you know, and ask them about their future, you know, and so. Something that we're really mindful of and trying to make sure that we do that too, carry on his legacy, because we know without that, then Duck Commander means nothing, right? And so we recognize that that's the reason for the platform that we do have. So,
absolutely.
I love that, Justin. And I'll tell you, Jimbo, to kind of follow up about Justin, the biggest thing I've been encouraging young women and young men as well is to obviously lead with courage and confidence. And obviously I love meeting all young waterfowlers, male or female, but having the opportunity to meet young girls, I can see a lot of them intimidated in this male-dominated space, and understandably so. So my biggest thing is getting to meet these young girls and encourage them and try to fill them up with encouragement and confidence, and just allow them to lead with a very brave soul. So encourage them to put themselves out there and not be afraid to, blow the duck calls with Bo and with Justin, and getting them involved hands-on. That's been really important to me.
And I've walked around a lot today, and I think that's one of the coolest things is there's a lot of people either on one knee or standing up and teaching a kid, because it's not the easiest thing to do.
Oh, no.
And we've all been annoyed. I have a 9-year-old sitting right over here that's annoyed me to the most, but if I ever discourage him, he's never going to want to do it.
Yeah.
That's exactly right.
And I think that's one thing that y'all the three of you can all talk about is influence in this next generation, because it's starting to. I just turned 40.
I'm staring down the barrel of it.
You're close. You're
3
not
weeks
close.
away.
You're not close. But listen,
Not close yet.
I've been saying 39 plus 1 for the last few weeks since last week. It was only a week ago. But we're starting to lose people in the industry, and somebody's going to have to carry this torch.
Yep.
And it is the Maggies, and it's the next generation of girls. It is the Bows. It's the guys that y'all are influencing now. Somebody in this room, one of these little youngsters in this room, is going to be sitting in these chairs 20 years from now.
Yeah.
And kudos to all of y'all for what you're doing.
We've met a lot of them, and through all those shows, and when we're at a public refuge or whatever it is, we've got a good crop of people coming up.
Let's go through.
I promise you.
Let's go through some fun stuff. Favorite thing to hunt?
Oh, don't ask me that. All right, man.
Give me 3.
A favorite duck to hunt is a widgeon. I love hunting turkeys and I love hunting elk.
That's got to be a Pacific thing.
It's 100% a Pacific thing. I mean, we got a lot of mallards.
Yep.
I get tired of shooting those things.
Don't tell everybody that.
That's one thing that I love. If I can pass one thing down to the kids and the next generation, I have a love for every species of duck.
Yep.
And I know that sounds maybe boring, but I'm like, the hooded merganser, that doesn't matter what it is a absolutely incredible animal in its own right, because I'm a photographer as well.
Yep.
And so Justin's over here cracking up, but they all have their own. That is what waterfowling is the whole thing.
People that say they don't shoot certain ducks have never had a slow day.
That's a fact.
That I say that all the time. The people are like, I never shoot spoonies. I'm like, then you've never had a slow day.
Well, I'll tell you what, I've eaten spoonies. I have no
Spoonies
problem
in
with
Arkansas, and Maggie would probably agree with this.
Oh boy.
Spoonies in Arkansas that have been in rice fields towards the end of the season taste just as good as everything else. And from a man from Louisiana that eats coots, probably.
No, I don't fool with them coots.
Okay,
man.
all right. Well,
I've eaten coots. I like them. I take the legs.
I ain't been that hungry yet.
That's funny.
I ain't quite been there, but I'll shoot a ringneck with equal enthusiasm.
Absolutely.
Now.
That's a fact.
Like, you give me some jacks, there's no problem with jacks.
I know Justin will.
Yeah, me and Bo kind of bonded. Now, the one thing Bo does do that I'm like, I don't mess with, if that snow goose gets too close, he gonna get it. And I don't fool with them white things. But, they all, I'm like Bo, though, every duck, and I don't have to shoot it to appreciate it.
No.
Like, I love every duck except a gadwall. But,
Except a gadwall.
yeah, because he drives me absolutely insane. Like that's
how I feel about pintails.
Yeah, so
that's a fact.
Yeah,
and that's the deal. But they all have their purpose. They all have their thing. Like I just love them. I mean, they're as much as I love to hunt them, I love to give to them. So like it's just a really cool thing, man. I was trained a biologist, classically trained a biologist, and then I end up here. So it's just kind of a full deal, but I do love them, man. That's the one thing I'm trying to teach my boys is the appreciation for them over just the fun that comes along with it. So
you know what water level gadwalls love?
I never heard this one before.
Knee
deep.
Oh, I like that.
Knee
I thought Bo was going to answer it for you. You never heard that?
No, I haven't. I think Kelly tried to tell me one time, but I just can't get back past Kelly sometimes to hear what he's saying.
Well, Kelly Powers was one of those to me when I was fresh out of college and getting into the industry that took the time to shake my hand and spent about 20 minutes with me one time. And I have the utmost respect for Kelly and his family. And he was one of those to me. He was that kind of, person that I wanted to be.
Yep.
And just because of the way he carried himself, not only with young people, but the way he just carried himself in general. And he's one of the people that I love. I've always looked up to.
He's incredible.
His whole
Kelly
family's
is
great.
wonderful.
All right, you're up. You're hunting in Arkansas, and then we're gonna come back to you with the duck collar around your neck. What is your go-to?
I'm not going to get on the Ducks Unlimited podcast and tell any lies. I mean, as an Arkansas girl, I cannot not say that hunting mallard ducks is the greatest privilege of all. that is what I grew up hunting. My dad told me we're not duck hunters, we're mallard hunters. And as I've grown up, that perspective has obviously changed, but that was the culture in Northeast Arkansas.
Mm-hmm.
The men in the 90s and the 80s, in the heyday of Arkansas, they went to hunt mallards. And obviously times are changing and things are shifting, and I've grown to appreciate all duck species. I've had so much fun traveling and hunting and experiencing the hunt and so many different kinds of ducks. But I grew up hunting mallards, and that will always be so special to me.
Only in the timber?
I didn't hunt in a rice field till I was 16 years old.
Oh, man.
I grew up in the flood timber because we didn't have a lease, we didn't have a club, we didn't have private land,
Public
so
land.
we had to hunt the public woods. So I'm very thankful that's where I got to cut my teeth duck hunting.
What's your favorite?
Ooh, boy, that's a loaded question.
Maybe not favorite, but what do you feel most comfortable?
If you give me one to pick, I'm probably going to pick green wing teal.
Yeah.
Louisiana boy right there.
Well, and I love to eat them, right? So there's definitely a hierarchy in table fare and ducks. So there's definitely that mallard. He pretty. That's about where he stops. He looks good in a picture, but he will spend time on a sewage pond with equal enthusiasm as flooded timber. So
that is true.
He's quite a diverse little critter. So, but them green wings and them woodies, I mean I grew up busting beaver ponds for wood ducks in North Louisiana. So I love woodies. I love hunting woodies. And then my master's research was actually on wood ducks. So me and a woody goes way back. And so the little ducks, man. But I'm not gonna lie. Big fat mallard drake, he's gonna get it too. Like that doesn't bother me. But a perfect limit for me is not 4 and 2. It's generally like 2, 2, 1, 1. Like just kind of a variety pack. I love hunting WRP for that reason because all ducks use it. Yep. And so definitely not a purist of any sorts, but definitely I now being about 40, I don't shoot brown ones anymore. It's a boys' party, and if it means I'm coming out 1 or 2 shy, then sorry, I'm just gonna shoot boys, man, and that's okay. That's just where I've graduated to in life. Like it is what it is. So
limits don't mean anything anymore. It's more about the story of the hunt now.
Absolutely,
and I think that comes with age.
Oh yeah, because there used to be a day I chased that L word hard.
Oh.
Like I'd sit there another 2 hours to get the last one, which was dumb. Just like it's the dumbest thing ever. But I did it. And so guilty. And so when people say they're doing that, I'm like, you'll get there one day.
Yes,
you'll get there where that don't matter. You'll get there where that sausage and biscuit means just as much as that last duck.
When that belly starts talking to you and you have no snacks left in your bag, you're leaving.
Yeah,
you're leaving. So let's talk about this. We're going to go through real quick. I know we're on a tight schedule here because all of y'all are very popular here. Talk about your duck call and the exclusive that you had this weekend, because I think it was a big hit for you.
Absolutely. We talk about Kelly, right? Kelly gave me a chance 8 years ago. I was doing my own call company before I met Kelly. He met me just a buck-toothed child at NWTF, and he and just this dorky dude, and he just he gave me a chance, and I've worked, and I said, Kelly, I want to do a duck call that I really like, and Brooke gets all the credit because Brooke and I sat downstairs and we worked on this thing, and we have a lot of people of every different caliber that run duck calls, and I've seen where people like our duck calls. I see where people don't like our duck calls, and I just wanted to make one that was for everybody that I could make to them. And so we messed around, and I love Kelly to death. He has every duck call that we sell is a black duck call. So I'm like, I'm not doing that if it has my name on it. I'm gonna choose the wildest colors I can choose because I'm wildest dude, and Kelly he says, my goodness. When he saw that call, he's like, my goodness, Bo, those are crazy colors, Bo. But it's just incredible. Like the coolest part is we had people that drove all night from, South Texas, from Louisiana, from PA, and
Pennsylvania.
Yep. And I was talking to Kelly, and Kelly's like, they're like, oh, you wouldn't have done that. And we were laughing, and him and I both said, you know what? No, we would have. I'm like, when I was growing up, if I heard that Phil was showing up to Oregon or California, I would have drove all the way there all night, and just to shake his hand and get that duck call. And what I wanted to do is I wanted people to not be disappointed. I wanted it to be a work of art. At the same time, I wanted to be able to work on it for them right there.
Man, you ought to be so proud. I know it's a long time in coming for you, and you've put out tons of amazing calls, but to see what happened here was just awesome.
It is the funnest thing ever, and what's even cooler though is when we get into season and just seeing everybody when they start texting me. They got their first turkey. They shot their first shoveler. You know, you just bring them in, and it's just it's so special though that we're like I as a 16-year-old kid in Washington standing in the rain walking back and forth, I'm sitting here in a place that I never in a million years thought I'd be.
Yeah.
And everyone knows me as a turkey guy, right? But I'm telling you, I'm a duck hunting. I grew up a duck hunter. I grew up with a 5-acre flooded corn complex in my backyard. I sat out there for hours every night.
Yeah.
Ducks are my blood.
And I think none of us probably would have, if you could have asked us when we were this age, hey, do you think you'll be sitting at a DU Expo or any show in a chair on a podcast that people are lining up to see you, not me, but you three for sure. I'm just get the lucky one to sit here and talk to y'all. But I don't think you would have thought that. And that's just, it's hard work, it's dedication, it's passion for the sport, it's love, and it's really listening. And you said it earlier, like just taking all this stuff in and taking what you learned from others. All three of y'all said that, what you've learned from other people in passion and time and effort and done it. And I think that, man, I've loved Higdon from day one. I was really fortunate to, I sent a cold email years ago, and I don't know if you know this, to Higdon Outdoors because we were struggling to find decoys here locally to use in our event system. And John Higdon wrote me back, and we talked on the phone for 7 hours one day about a DU program in 2010, and that's where the whole Higdon DU program began, was me, wow. John, and Ben Higdon talking, and I drove up to Paducah one day. And so my respect for those guys is off the charts. And then Kelly and the Powers Call group came on, and then you came on shortly after I kind of left the field staff and came in this role. But, man, watching these people in sprint, I sat here, we opened the show right here, and I watched kids sprint and adults sprint, and wherever they were going for that exclusive hat, which I never thought exclusive hats would be why people showed up to shows, but they were sprinting, and then they would take a direction, and I knew where they go. Yep, they're going after the last few calls that are left. They're going after the hat back here, and it's so fun to watch kids do that.
Yep.
And
it's community.
It is.
Because we are a duck hunting community.
Yep.
It's the best.
What's your go-to call? Because I know you don't have a lot.
No, I don't. So I did it. So I launched a signature series with Duck Commander 2 years ago. Kind of same deal. Did a limited run of 200 the first year, and we sold them in 24 hours online. It was crazy. Never thought that day would ever happen. And so now we redid it. So we left the first 200, and so I retooled it a little bit. And so now I use my signature series, which is just my take on one of Phil's original cut-down magnums. Cut-down magnum, double reed, all the things. So that's my number one, man. It hangs around my neck. It's something I'm proud of. And that if you order one from Duck Commander, I still build every one of them.
Cool.
It's got my name on it, so I sit down and build every one of them. I don't let the guys in the shop do it. That one is mine. It's my baby.
Same with you. That's so cool.
So if it does happen to have a little Copenhagen spit in it, I'll apologize. I try to get that all out of there, but sometimes, we don't charge extra for it.
That's right. That's original. What's your go-to?
So I grew up blowing J-frames in the woods with my dad, and as I have gotten older, I have evolved to love a cut down.
There you
and
go.
He was bragging on Kelly. I think Kelly makes a fine duck call, and I have loved having the ignition by power calls on my lanyard. Preferably one that Bo or Brooke can get a hold of. If I can have them tune it to the way I like it, it will rip. So anyway,
really, Brooke. Brooke is awesome at it.
Bo has put his hands on several of my duck calls, and they've turned out wonderfully. But I love the ignition. It's a great cut down. I think it's really user friendly, especially for cut down, and I've really enjoyed it.
I've been blowing duck calls my life, and I still send mine back to Brooke. Brooke,
Yeah.
can you turn this one up for me?
Brooke,
now you.
Brooke's amazing.
Well, we are we're wrapping up, but we have an announcement. This is the first time we are making an announcement really quick, and I am going to turn this over to Justin to make an announcement. Breaking news that we just found out about 5 minutes before we walked onto the set.
I'd had no idea this was coming, but apparently the boss will be here tomorrow. He is coming over from Fayetteville to spend the night in Memphis. So Willie Robertson will be at the DU Expo tomorrow. He's going to get here, and I suppose I'm going to be headed back home. So we'll high-five in the lobby, and I'll say it's your turn, you know. And no, it's really cool, and that tells you what kind of buzz is around it, where Willie thought enough to say, you know what, I actually will go over there. So, and it's not something that we don't ever ask those guys to do that stuff anymore. We invite them, but we would never ask them to do it just because their lives, they're at such different stages of their lives with grandkids and ministry and all the things that, you know, it's really cool that he volunteered. He was not anything. He just called and said, "Yeah, get me a room."
That's what he heard.
So you know what we say? Yes. So I don't know if we were able to get him a room, or if one of us will give up our room and we'll share with somebody else or whatever. But we'll figure that out. So
Absolutely,
not a problem.
I'll have you, Justin.
Yeah,
you come stay with me.
He said, you know, that's so exciting for this show. It was big time when they came and talked to us about it. So yes, Willie Robertson will be here midday tomorrow. We don't have an exact time, but we will post that when we find out. But the boss man himself, I mean, a lot of people.
Yeah, it's going to be wild.
It's going to be wild.
He doesn't do many of these.
No,
it's going to be
incredible.
crazy town.
So from all of us here in the Duck Den with the big news, thank you, Bo, so much. Thank you, Maggie. I know you got somewhere else to go. Thank you, Justin.
Thank you, sir.
Absolutely.
Incredible place to have these three on this set. And with the big breaking news, we will be back here in just a little bit. But for now, thank you all from DUX Memphis 2025. We're going to the Eagle Eye now. See you soon. Good afternoon, everybody. We are so excited for this episode, this part of the show today. We are live in the Duck Den at DUX Memphis 2025, and I have some awesome guests with me today. We have Sebastian here from St. Jude, Carson with Excel Boats, thank you, and our CEO, Mr. Adam Putnam. So, Carson, why don't you just give us a rundown of kind of where this special started?
So I got to talk with a lot of the guys at DUX Unlimited, and one thing we value at Excel is helping the community. That we basically, wherever the show is, we want to help that community. And one thing we're very passionate about is giving back to the community. And y'all, DUX Unlimited does that as well. And St. Jude is a great organization. So we've donated a boat to the show, and our goal is to raise as much money as possible. And part of the proceeds go to St. Jude. And it works out for everybody. It's really for the best.
Carson, I want to thank you and Excel Boats for your partnership with the outdoor industry, with the outdoor community, and most especially with DUX Unlimited. The hunters and anglers are a generous group, and we're passionate about family. You can see the number of kids around here, the number of strollers, the type of intergenerational contact that takes place here, and we all know what good St. Jude does for our kids, for our families, people who are just, going through a lot, and they lighten the load. They lead the world in world-class research and treatments, and we're proud to be a part of the Memphis community with our partners at St. Jude here in Memphis as the little brother charity based in Memphis, but a force for good in DU's case for continental conservation, and in St. Jude's case for pediatric care for kids from all around the world. What an honor to be here in Memphis, and thank you for being here to celebrate with us and to celebrate the generosity of people who are passionate about waterfowling in the outdoors, which has its own healing effect, doesn't it, Carson?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir, it does.
Yeah, I mean, it truly is inspirational to see the work that people just do for St. Jude. Because a donation like this, no family have to pay for housing, travel, food, anything, think of it. So really, from the bottom of my heart and from the kids of St. Jude, thank you so much.
Well, we've got a little something special for you here. And on behalf of the 30,000 volunteers and the 750,000 members of DUX Unlimited, and thanks to the generosity of Excel, we're proud to present you with $12,500 just from this one raffle.
Thank you, guys. Seriously, from the bottom of my heart, thank y'all.
Absolutely.
Thank you. Glad we got to be a part of it.
Yep. This is great. This is great. So I think you can see, special day for us at DU on thanks to Excel for allowing us to do this, and we're so passionate to give to St. Jude, and thank you both for this on behalf of all of us at DU. So stay tuned. We have another live episode coming in just a little bit. Man on the Street's coming back. He's probably out getting ready right now. He's going to go around and see all the people and all the great things we have coming. See you soon.
All right, here we go. 3, 2, 1.
Boom! Welcome to Big Honker Podcast live from Memphis at the Duck Expo with Ducks Unlimited. With us today are the boys from Chen, Carter, and Field. Been a good show so far?
It's been great. A lot of people come through, a lot of new faces, familiar faces. So that's what it's all about, just
You guys
shaking
have-
hands. And
Y'all have the busiest booth here. Every show y'all go to, that thing is packed.
It's like we get a bigger booth every show we go to, and
Right.
it's never enough.
Yeah.
Look at this guy, though. Look at our personality.
How could you not? How
Who
could
does
you
not
not
want
be
to
packed?
drive hours to see this man?
Oh, yeah.
Best looking ginger in the whole place. I'm telling you right
Ginger
now.
with a beer
Definitely
gut.
the
Yeah.
biggest.
Yeah. you know, I like how Chen is. Y'all have set the standard, but the standard of getting to sell coats and hoodies by making it sub-freezing in the place, best sales pitch I've ever seen in my life.
We paid a lot for that.
I'm telling you, this is the coldest venue I have ever been to in my entire life. It is 60 degrees in here. How can you make a building this big 60 degrees?
Money.
Yeah.
I'm telling you, lots of it to do that. Duck Slim has put on a hell of a show for us.
It is unbelievable how I love how we can actually hear in here. Even with the duck
Right.
calls going, I can have conversation. I mean, this whole facility is incredible.
Yep. Home turf, too. So we're super excited because they signed that 3-year contract, so we're going to be back for 2 more years and come back bigger and better than ever.
But y'all know it really is a central location. I mean,
It is.
You can. A lot of folks can make this trip happen.
Yeah. I mean, it's. They've done all the right things. You know, they talked to the city of Memphis and everybody that runs it, and like, listen, we're gonna have a lot of people here, so we need to have a police presence, and we need to make people feel safe in Memphis because Memphis has kind of a tough.
It is, but I think something that you all could really help us with next year. I don't know that we've done enough to educate everyone about Memphis kind of being ground zero for waterfowl. I mean, You go way back, you know, the Peabody and just the history of the Mississippi River and the people that would kind of base out of Memphis and go off. I mean, even back in the market hunter days, like there's a lot of history up and down the river. And I think if you drew a radius, this is kind of somewhere in the middle.
Ground
Well,
zero.
you said the Peabody. We need to touch on that a little bit. People don't talk about that enough. I mean, was it 1932? Is that when it started?
You're going to know more about it than I do, honestly.
I think it's in 32, and I could be wrong. Some guys went and hunted at Stuttgart, and they had the English collars they used to hunt with. And for the young folk, flat-billed young people don't realize, they used live duck decoys back in the day.
Oh, yeah.
And they had these English collars, look like mallard hens, and they'd throw them up and whack, 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 and they'd bring these ducks in, and that's what they hunted. Some guys had a little too much drink.
Had fun like we would.
Just
I mean,
guys.
it seems like something we might do.
Yes.
You know?
Hell yeah. Come back to Memphis, stayed at the Peabody, and they thought it'd be funny to put some of these ducks in the fountain in the middle of the Peabody. Just
turn them loose.
Yep. Yesterday was the last time they're doing the Peabody ducks for 2 months, I think, or 2 weeks. They're rebuilding their nesting area up top, so they're going to take a couple of week vacation for the ducks. But they parade the ducks through the lobby of the hotel. Guy wearing a top hat and tails, and it's a hell of a production.
It's a whole production, and
Yes.
people line up and wait on it, and there's a time. Yeah.
But it's not told enough. Memphis is one cool town. It's an iconic place, kind of like San Francisco, but it's got a bad rap because of all the stuff that's on the side. But
that's right.
It's been safe.
Yep.
This venue is as good a venue as I've ever been to for a show.
People that come here and spend more than a day. If you actually, if you come and you learn a little bit about the history and the culture, I think you quickly have a deeper appreciation for it. Everybody's nice. You know, that's what I've heard
Southern
from people
hospitality.
downtown. It's
That's
Southern
right.
hospitality at its finest, and it doesn't matter the guy on the street corner, the waiter waitress in the
Right.
restaurant,
Right.
all the way up the chain. People are just nice.
Well, Nash Buckingham, when he would write a lot about Memphis area, about taking the train here and going to the hunting clubs and stuff. And the history is as rich here for waterfowl as anywhere in the United States. The only place I could think of that maybe has more of a history, maybe the Chesapeake Bay area.
Yeah.
And it's not continued. Well, it's here. It's still continued.
Right.
So you can go shoot the same rice fields and stuff that they've been hunting since the early 1900s, late 1800s, when they had all the wealthy. You know, it was a wealthy man's sport then. Or you hunted for food for your family.
Right.
Well, now people come here for the traditions, and the duck hunting here is as good as anywhere in the world.
Yeah.
And
within a few hours from here, you can get to basically anything you want.
Yeah.
I don't know why they would ever move this show from here.
Right.
It makes no sense. This is the best place you can go for a trade show to be in the waterfowl business. It's kind of like the turkey in Nashville.
Right.
There's places that it should be. The Ducks, this is the best. This is the best place they can be, and I hope it's not just 3 years. I hope it's here for 30.
I do too, man. Do y'all remember the Great Outdoors Festival?
Me and my wife, this is a story, kind of dating ourselves. I did the old Great Outdoors still at the Shelby Farms, and came and did a show in '96 or '97.
It was the late '90s.
We was there at a show, and I sat up next to the late Eli Haydell, a friend of mine, was sat right up next to me, and Eli and me had booths together. And when we were doing the show, me and Michelle talked about all the stuff because she was a new bride into the water. She didn't have a clue what she was getting into.
Yeah.
And I'd been in the business. Yep. I'd been in business a couple of years already. Not a long time, but that was a long time ago. But we went to Bill Street, the Blue City Cafe, and we ate one night. And she had tamales and chili. We went and ate there the other night, and she had tamales and chili again. And that's the same place we ate there 30-something years ago.
You got an elephant memory.
I can't remember to take the trash out, though.
Pretty incredible.
And you can ask him like any random sports fact, like who was a rushing leader in high school in Texas in 1980,
and he'll come up with something.
Yeah, useless knowledge, you know.
But yeah, you know, he can't remember what he had breakfast yesterday.
I failed the SAT though, but I can remember stuff that don't matter.
It's all right. Yeah. So how far is y'all's shop from here?
12 minutes.
Oh, so
it's right down by the airport.
He knows exactly how far it is because we've run back and forth 15 or 20 times to restock this booth.
Really?
So.
That's good news though.
And our store is just in a phenomenal location for waterfowl hunters that are traveling to Arkansas. You know, we're right off the interstate. We've got a showroom there, so anybody traveling can just hop off, get some.
Yeah, that's a great thing about Memphis. If you're coming from the east, I mean, it's everyone from Atlanta, Nashville. Just think about anybody trying to get across the river to hunt, even if they're going up to Missouri or you know,
they've got to come right through here.
Yeah.
Yep.
Well, with the pyramid next door, with the DU Heritage Center there, this is the place to be. Every outfitter, everybody that sells waterfowl is going to be wanting to get a booth here next year.
Yeah.
Right.
And I don't know if anybody's going to give their booth up.
There won't be any space. I mean, they've done such a good job putting this show on.
Yeah.
We go to a lot of shows, Carter. I mean, Carter's a road warrior.
We do.
He's on the road, and this is a good one.
Yeah. It is. It's pretty special. I haven't seen one put on and executed like this.
2 years in the making.
And we were lucky. I got to speak briefly. We presented a big check to what they call the Leadership Council yesterday. But I think that's a cool idea. They bring all their employees and volunteers in, and they had some speakers yesterday, and Adam Putnam spoke, Toxie Hayes spoke, and it's just a great group. Looking out at that crowd in the Cannon Center, it's just a good reminder of how many people are so dedicated to what we all love.
Right.
It's a passion.
It really is.
To the grandpa and the little boy, the grandson, that's going to go hunt on Mamaw's Pond behind their house and maybe shoot 10 ducks all year, to the guy who's shooting 1,500 ducks a year at some fancy $1 million club. We all love the same thing.
That's right.
Right.
You know, that sound in the morning, the first ducks quacking, the whistling wings and the fog. It's, and unless you've never experienced that, you know exactly what I'm talking about. If you've never done it, you're missing out.
Yeah.
I came downstairs the other morning. My son was flipping through the DU magazine, you know, at breakfast before football practice, and it just brought back nostalgia. You know, all the memories of when I was that age. Like, that's what got me through the summer.
Yeah,
was reading those magazines, going to these shows. It hadn't changed.
No, I used to love when I was a kid. You know, the magazines would come in at the end of summer, and you knew everything was kind of right around the corner. So yeah, it's a fun time. So the thing that I love the most about y'all's company is y'all do honor the heritage of waterfowl hunting with the solids and the wax canvases and everything like that. And I think that's just so cool that you guys have brought that back and brought that old school feel back to waterfowl hunting today.
Yeah, Carter does a good job of making that stuff cool again, I think. But I'll tell you, that's you know, when I got to know Jeff Jones, y'all know Jeff well. His appreciation for that was one of the things that gave us an instant bond. You know, it's because there's a lot of new. I won't coin the term you threw out earlier, but there are a lot of folks that really may not have been exposed to that, or they're newer to waterfowl and they don't understand that heritage. And so I think it's important to us that we keep that stuff in the line and keep it front of mind. We don't just make it an afterthought, but we promote it and because we wear it, we still use it.
Right.
And it's so cool looking at like a picture from the 50s or something and seeing, you know, this old duck hunter and he's wearing just wax cotton jacket, and you just you can tell the story that jacket, like it's just it's amazing.
The garment will tell a story.
Yes.
Just hanging on the. I mean, I still have my grandfather. We cleaned out my grandfather's hunting closet. We all the grandkids got to kind of pick. We divvied stuff up, and I've got I got his old DUX back stuff, and I've got his waxed bag. I got his bag. I got one duck call. But those things are like, I mean, that's history, and it means a lot to all of us. So
yeah, and I think even, the bottomland camos that the vintage camos that we've released. I tell people all the time, it's the new fad, but it's also like putting your granddad's football jersey back on,
right,
and going to battle again.
Yeah.
So that's what's cool. I think people enjoy about that bringing that old school, the vintage stuff back, the wax stuff, but also the mossy oak patterns as well.
We're bringing America back as a country.
Right. There you go.
And that's what we're doing with Chen. Y'all are bringing America back, because when you open up that old trunk or whatever it is, and you pull out some old gear from back in the day, that's a treasure.
Right.
You don't want to pull it out and it look like some yoga pants.
That's right.
You want real American products, and that's what y'all have. Y'all look American.
And here's the thing: is there is a way to do both. So you don't have to be all technical or all throwback.
Right.
If you're authentic about it, as long as you're not trying to just make something to sell it, because you can.
Right.
I mean, we could put our logo on anything and probably sell it, but we're thoughtful about, hey, what is that heritage stuff that we actually still use, or that's better, than the newer stuff, and that's the stuff we're going to focus on. And then where do those technical fabrics come into play? Like, where do we need that? Let's build stuff for that.
Is it crazy to think that, like, in 100 years, somebody could be opening a chest and be like, that was my granddad's shin gear, goose down, wax canvas jacket.
We talk about it.
That's crazy,
right?
right?
We talk about it like how are we going to place logos, and what materials are we going to use, and what will survive and endure. Like that's actually a goal of ours, is for the brand to survive. And when you look at it that way, you make better long-term business decisions.
Right, because it's not about what's going to sell this next year.
Right. You're not looking at a profit or what's the fad or what can we slap a logo on. It's like, man, if we want this brand to be around 100 years and still be coveted, we need to run the business that way. We need to make decisions that way, which is long-term oriented. Is how we're going to do things. So.
Do you ever worry about making stuff so good that people don't have to buy more?
People ask me that all the time.
That's a good question, though, because if you sell a cheap product, people have had to buy it because it wears out. It's cheap. But when you sell something really, really, really good, they don't always have to buy a lot of them.
It's just a different business model, and it's honestly a totally different mindset. To your point, I mean, we want that to be around long enough. We want it to be coveted. We want it to be special, something that people talk about. So that's how we build it.
But like Mercedes-Benz, I've never owned a Mercedes. It's not my type of deal. But when I grew up, if you had a Mercedes-Benz car, someone bought one, that thing would last 20 years. Well, Mercedes wasn't selling that guy 2, 3, 4 cars because he only needed one that would last 20 years. But if they had one that only lasted 5 years, and people say, "Ooh, that's a good brand to have," and I'm sure now they sell a cheap car too. But that's what y'all's product. Y'all are the Cadillac of the waterfowl world. So when you buy Chen, you know you're getting something that's going to last forever.
Well, and you know that if it doesn't, we're going to take care of you.
Yeah.
We're going to take care of that, or we're going to take care of you, because you'll hear us talk about this a lot, but we believe we are building a relationship with the customer, and that's really what we care about. So the product in the customer's toolbox in the closet will come and go, but as long as we take care of that person, and we understand, like this is a mutual relationship. We both love the same thing. We're passionate about the same thing. I think that's where we end up winning. So.
Yeah. I was talking to a couple yesterday, and they ended up buying a pair of waders yesterday, and it's like it's the warranty. It's you guys backing the product is what pushed them to you guys. I mean, that was the deciding factor. Is if anything ever goes wrong with it, they're going to take care of me.
Yeah, and I would say too, and what our customer service team has done a great job of, and really our whole team, is just giving the brand and giving the customer a family feel.
Yeah.
And that's really what it's all about. And I think that's why people really appreciate it, because when they purchase a product, they feel like they're actually a part of something instead of just purchasing a tangible thing, whatever it is. But they feel they can pick the phone up and call a real person, talk to a real person. That person's going to email them back and forth and make sure they're taken care of and check up on them, a year down the road after they've had their wader. So I think that's what's really special and what our whole team has done a good job of. So
I put Chen, and this is a compliment, I put it up with Polo, Ralph Lauren. If you buy Polo clothes, they're going to last forever. I've got some chino pants and slack, 20 years old, and they're a great product. Polo's not going to call you and make sure your stuff's good. Yeah. They're not going to have the warranty problem. I mean, not warranty problem. They don't have the warranty policies that y'all have. But when you buy a Polo, you're buying a good clothes. That's what Chen is. Chen is the same quality of top deal that's going to last a lifetime with good customer service.
I actually love when someone has an issue, a zipper issue or a leak in a wader. I view that as a great opportunity. That's an opportunity for us to develop that relationship and to take care of that person, and that's what creates raving fans. And so, somebody says, well, what happens if this breaks? Or that's great. You're going to get to experience what people talk about when they say Chen has good customer service.
We had a customer 2 years ago came in my office and he said, I want to give you a Chen story. I said, okay. He said, I was in Memphis and he had trouble with his waders. And he said, I went by the Chen deal and I said, hey, my wader's done, it's middle of duck season. And they told him, if you'll come back in 6 hours, we'll have these things fixed for you, or whatever the time was. Sure. He said, I came back that day and they had them fixed. Yep. And he goes, there's nobody else doing that for me. Mm-hmm. I said, that's because they care about you. That guy right there is a lifetime customer that if anybody asks him where to buy, he's going to Chen. And that's how you build a brand. Yep.
I never have looked at it that way, though. Every problem is a way
opportunity.
Is an opportunity. Yep.
Yep. And we don't always get it right. And that's the other thing is we're very open. We want you to tell us when we don't get it right. Right. Because that gives us an opportunity to fix it. We've got a big team and a young team, and we're all learning. We're trying our best to figure it out. We won't always get it right, but we're gonna get it right eventually.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Does it make you feel good when you go somewhere and you just see random people wearing your shirts?
I love it. Pretty cool.
I told this story the other day that I was at a basketball game in Texas, West Texas in the gym, and a guy walked by wearing a Chen shirt, and I was like, "Hey, you wear Chen?" He goes, "I listen to your podcast." Yeah. And he listens to podcasts, but he's a waterfowl hunter, and when you see somebody wearing Chen, they're a waterfowl hunter. Yep. Everywhere you go, I don't care where you're at. If you see a guy wearing Chen, he's shooting ducks.
Yep. That's why I really want to do everything we can to keep that authenticity. Because it is when you see somebody wearing our stuff, it's almost like an instant connection. Like that guy gets it, or that girl gets it, and we're on the same team,
Right.
Along with the other brands he's wearing. I mean, I like a ton of the brands that are in here, and I'm a product of. I grew up, coming to these shows, and I started a guide service when I was 15 years old, and I know what it's like to have a leaky pair of waders and have to go to the local store and get a new pair. People say all the time, well, y'all trying, why aren't you in stores? I love sporting in stores. I don't want stores to go away. Like, there's a place where people need their local store to be able to run down and pick something up. But, man, if we can up-level this service so that eventually we have enough people out there to service these waders and service the products that we're putting out and provide that experience, I think a rising tide lifts all boats. It helps everybody.
Right.
Sure. Imagine going back in time into like the mid-'50s and getting to go to a little town and go to a hardware store where they sold everything.
Yeah.
You don't see that no more.
No.
I mean, you could buy a brand new, shotgun, you could buy shells. Everything you needed was at them little stores. They don't have that stuff no more.
You know what he's talking about, Carter. Harrisburg, Arkansas.
Yes.
Edwards Food Giant.
The food giant. The freezer, I'm not kidding. You walk into a full grocery store, and to your left, it is a gun counter full of every shotgun you can think of. You can get a case
and the
of
hardware
shells,
store in the back, anything you need to fix your plumbing. I mean, it's exactly what you're talking about.
Yeah, that was a normal, every town had those.
Yeah, they got waiter boxes stacked on top of the freezer section. I mean, it's crazy, but
now it's like a relic. I mean, we take people in there just to show them that still exists.
Is it an old family business that's still open? Yeah, that's why. Nobody knew open stuff like that no more.
Right.
I went in a place in Biddle, Montana, which population is 15 or something, and it was a hardware store, grocery store, post office, wooden floors, rickety-rackety old floors, and I couldn't believe it. And I was like, man, this is like going back in a time warp.
Yeah.
You just don't see that much anymore.
I really do feel like that may come back.
I hope so.
Because we're getting back to this, what's old is new again, and that's a lot of what we're building our brand on, but people are craving that. That connection.
I hope Ford or Chevy comes back a square truck then. That'll make things really come back, be nice.
For sure.
So, Carter, how'd you get into Chen?
Man, so I graduated with an ag business degree. So I was like, I'm going to get out of college. I'm going to go get a company truck, and I'm going to travel around and sell seed in West Tennessee. That's what I want to do. So I started working for an agriculture direct-to-farmer seed company here in Memphis. And started working. It was great, enjoyed it. And I got a call from Field one day. Field called me and said, hey, your name came across my desk. We're starting this waiter company. It's called Chen. We're, kind of innovating some things, using some new materials, and we think this is going to work. I said, okay, great. So I go in. One of the most intimidating interviews I think I've ever been.
Come on now, I'm not that scared.
I go in. Jeff Jones calls me. He's like, "Hey, come up to the office and have a meeting with us." Well, it's all four of the founders and Morgan sitting at the table. I was like, "Oh, I'm being thrown to the wolves. Here we go." So I get through the interview, and I get an email from Jeff Jones, and he says, "Hey, we'd love to hire you. Just let us know." So I'm sitting there. I'm like, fresh out of college. 22 years old. I'm like, I've got a stable job. It's like, I just don't know. This is a startup company. I don't know. So
second hire. So he was our second hire.
Right. So I
Morgan was our first, but technically, she was with us from the very beginning. He kind of could be viewed as our first.
Right. So I get this email from Jeff. He's like, you got the job if you want it. I waited a week. Jeff emailed me back. He said, hey, man, haven't heard from you. We're going to go a different route. So I drove. Whenever he emailed me, I drove straight to Chen. I said, Jeff, let's do it. Let's take the lead.
Wow.
He said, all right, be here in a week. I said, great. We were in a warehouse with a fold-out table as the checkout counter. We didn't even have like a showroom. It was just like
that is a lot of faith.
Table and chairs and like waiters just hanging up in a room, and didn't even know if there was people going to come into the store. We were just shipping, through e-com, and then quickly it started picking up more and more, and we're like, well, this is pretty
We knew we
special.
wanted to grow it through community.
Yeah.
Right. We didn't want to pay ambassadors. We don't pay celebrities. We wanted to do it organically, and we wanted to do it what I thought would be slow and steady. Build just enough that we thought we could sell, and it ended up growing a lot quicker than that. But he was the original community guy. Literally, let's put stuff in a truck and let's drive around and tell people about it. Tell the story.
And everybody thinks that they want overnight success, but there's a lot of growing pains that come with that because you got to make sure that your merchandise, your quality doesn't dip.
That's right.
And in the rise of the demand. So everybody thinks, oh, it would be great to make it overnight, but it's like, no, you got a lot of stuff to figure out on the fly.
Yeah, and Jeff Jones was great about he never cut a corner. He said, no excuse. We're going to make it as good as, and if not better than it can be. So
how many years have y'all been in business now?
Y'all just had a birthday, I saw.
Yeah. It's technically 4 years.
Y'all been with us for 3.5, probably.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. You were our first podcast.
It was Spence Halford is called me. I had done one with him, and he said, hey, I got a buddy. He's starting a new waiter company, and I think he'd be good on your podcast. And I said, well, let's set it up.
Yeah.
Yeah, Spence was our original. He was real instrumental early on in the launch and our marketing, and we didn't have any of this stuff in house, so we were using him to do all that. And you were our first podcast, and it's hard for me to remember exactly. We were testing product prior to our official launch, but I'd say 4 or 5 years, going on 5.
Yep.
And it has been a challenge to grow this quickly. We've intentionally throttled back on things.
Yeah.
And we've had some misses. We've had some things that we put out there and we tested for a season and thought we could tweak them enough to get ready, test them one more season. They just weren't ready to go. So we cut them.
Yeah. We got Doug Hodges.
He's chomping at the bit.
He's chomping at the bit. He's like, he's ready to tackle somebody. And
I got some hard questions for old Duck too.
I
boy.
bet. I can't wait for you to hammer him with them.
You want to switch with me, Duck? Yeah.
Come on, buddy.
They're going to let the old man go.
He's got a meet and greet he's got to get to. So
y'all,
we're going to grill him. Field, we appreciate you,
man. Thanks for having me on here. I'd love to come visit you sometime and see your place.
We'd love to have you.
Thanks for everything.
All right. Here he comes.
Check. Y'all hear me?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Put those headphones on, big dog.
Now they can really start.
Phil, there was a girl over there at Babysit Your Kids. I was looking for you. I'm not lying. I'm not. Yeah.
We're live too,
See you,
Duck.
Phil.
Yeah, we're live, so you got.
That's what I heard.
You got to watch your language.
Live action.
Well, it was a little quiet over here, and I was like, "Are they live?"
Quiet.
Well, just not as rowdy.
We're trying to watch what we say.
Yeah, well,
we were saving all that for you.
We don't want to get kicked off YouTube.
All right, I'm going to ask you the questions everybody in America.
You stay here, Carter.
Everybody in America wants to ask you.
I don't know when my wedding is.
I wasn't going to ask you about your
Okay,
wedding,
all right.
but I am going to ask you about your fiance.
Of course.
For anybody that doesn't know, Duck is engaged to Lainey
Wilson.
Somehow.
Well, Lainey Wilson. I just
Somehow.
figured everybody knows her name. It's like Reba. I mean, everybody knows this. So, were you nervous that she was going to say no?
You didn't have an ounce of doubt. You're lying like a dog.
Did you call her dad and ask her before you asked her married? Did you do it the old-fashioned way?
Well, I did ask him. I didn't call him. He came up to a show, and I took him to a pawn shop because that's what he likes to do, and took him to a co-op. And now that, I was more nervous asking him than I was asking her.
Yeah.
So I finally just asked, and he was like, yeah, I think that'd be good. And then, 20 minutes, we get home and pulling in the driveway, he goes, now, what are you going to do if she says no?
See, I wasn't the only one.
I said, I don't know. We'll figure it out.
So, how long have you been with Lainey?
4.5 years.
She's had tremendous growth since you've come around.
Oh, yeah.
So I think this is the Duck effect. I think maybe you should be some of her
that's
success.
what I tell her. That's what I tell her. I said, look, all the good things started happening, when I came around. But no, she's worked. I mean, she's been in Nashville 14 years now. So, I mean, it's just a lot of hard work. I mean, she's the hardest working person I know, like the hardest working person. And it's just great to see all the success coming her way and a lot more to come.
So how did y'all meet?
Just mutual friends. Like, I grew up 30 minutes north of Birmingham.
Yeah.
I used to go to Nashville. At the time was going up to Nashville, and I just asked her out to dinner one night, and here we are.
Was she more than singing in Nashville? Had she?
So she had just had Things a Man Ought to Know on the radio. So it was like, very early on, I guess a lot of people would say early on in her career as far as like being on the radio. Actually, I'd heard her song Things a Man Ought to Know on the radio. I said, man, let me look at this girl or whatnot, and saw then. I was like, this girl looks like a lot of fun.
It's all about looks. Anybody that lies, I'm telling you right now.
Personality. Married her for her personality.
She looks good.
Yeah, that's what you're supposed to say. I mean, when I've met Michelle, she was the hottest woman in the room, and I've told her before, listen, if you'd have been ugly, I'd have never asked you out. I'm not gonna lie. I don't care about your personality at all. I mean, any guy that's if you're married and your husband, oh baby, I married your personality. He might have married you because of your personality, but he went after you on your first date because of what you look like.
That's right. That's right. That's true.
Now, Carter, I'm worried about Duck because he's wasting away over here. He's down.
Oh, here we go.
How much weight have you lost?
Don't talk about this in front of him.
Why not?
Because
he loves talking about it.
No, I don't love
he
talking
loves
about
talking
it.
about
No,
it.
I
That's
don't.
all he talks about?
All he talks
People will come up to me, Jeff, you've done it.
I
and
do it
say-
all the time.
And say, man, you look good. And Carter's like, can y'all just stop? I mean, dude, if you're trying to get right, get right.
Okay. All right. Understood.
You're working out and eating right, right?
I mean, I'm not eating right, but I'm working out.
There you go.
But yeah, thank y'all.
But you got a famous woman now, so you got to look good, or your mother.
You're the trophy husband.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean,
yeah,
I'm the arm candy,
Yeah, we're going to get into the Duck stuff in a minute, but does it wear you out, people that come up to her when y'all are together? Because that's got to get old.
I mean, yes and no. I mean, it's part of it. Like, I experienced a very little bit of it when I played, for the Steelers. Not on the level that she has it at all, but, like, again, it's part of it. Like, when I was growing up, if I would have saw someone I looked up to, like, I probably would have went up to him as well. So she's very good about, just taking it all in, making everyone feel welcome. But sometimes it's an interruption for me, and I'm just like, well, here we go. I just walk off.
Do you know who Matt Hughes, the UFC fighter, is?
Yeah.
He was a world champion,
Yeah.
middleweight or something. I don't know. But anyways, Matt was at the lodge one time, and I asked him. I said, "Does it drive you nuts, people, interrupting your meals or airports or whatever?" Because Matt was the top of the world there for a little bit. He goes, "All I do is remember the first time I fought, and I got $50 to fight in a bar, and nobody wanted my damn picture and autographed or nothing." And he goes, "All I got to do is remember that." And he goes, "I don't mind signing autographs all day long. My life's a lot better."
That's right.
That's what it is.
Now, who's your early pick for Super Bowls this year? I know it's just now August. Training camp's going on. We got a ton of injuries, and everything's going to happen. You got to put money on two teams right now.
All right, I'm going to put money on the Chiefs.
That's just solid bet right there.
Yeah, I mean, if they make the playoffs, don't
they got
count
a
them
chance all the time.
I may go with my former team, the Pittsburgh Steelers.
Think so? You think the old man's got it for one more year?
I mean, if anyone can do it, I feel like it's him.
What are the training camp fights like? You're a quarterback, so you're not getting involved. But whenever you see a fight break out, you just stay away.
Quarterbacks ain't fighting.
You just stay away. You let the big boys get in there.
Staying away. What'd you say?
Nothing. It's all right.
Say it again. I didn't hear you.
I just said that you're not the fighting kind.
You're not the fighting kind.
Hey, we'll go back to training camp here. This opens up a really good story. Actually, I don't know if I can tell the story real live, so never mind.
No,
he can't.
No.
You can tell me off air.
Yeah, I'll tell you off air. But it happened at DUX Unlimited Expo like 3 or 4 years ago. And to make a long story short, someone poked their own bear, and the mule right here. If I'll tell you what, good friend, one of the best friends right here. If someone messes with me or one of his people.
Carter's all over him?
He's all over him.
Really?
Yeah, I can't
So
say
Carter
that.
saved your butt one night.
I mean,
He could have took the guy, but I just,
yeah, Carter said I'm the wrong person to mess with, is basically what he said.
You know what it just reminded me of? How far Shen's come. Do you remember the booth at the Texas Motor Speedway?
Literally, I was talking to someone about that last weekend. That weekend, it was me, Carter, Byron Womack, and then William Gooch. There was 4 of us, and that was only 3 or 4 years ago.
Jeff went
and
turkey
all we
hunting.
had was waiters.
Yeah, all we had was waiters, and I think
few jackets.
maybe a 60 series.
Yeah, it was nothing.
Yeah, so it's pretty cool to see, Shen go from that to, I don't know, how many people we got working here now? 40, I feel like? A bunch.
Yeah,
So,
plus.
Yeah.
Carter, I didn't know you were this aggressive guy. This
Well,
fighter.
I mean, I've reeled it back in my.
Y'all know what his nickname is, right?
No.
The Mule.
The Mule?
The Mule. Yeah.
The
That
mule.
could go a couple of ways there. So
That's not a bad.
Take it as you want.
Yeah.
That's not a bad nickname to have.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah. Mine's the mosquito.
Mosquito.
I would take the mule. I'd trade with you any day.
The Mule.
The mule. Yeah, that first year, Jeff, he just went turkey hunting.
He left.
We had.
Oh, yeah.
We had.
I think-
I think he
Peace out,
did help
boys.
set up and then he left. Yeah.
Gotta go kill some turkeys.
Said these aren't my thing, so
Yeah.
he just dipped out.
Which I don't blame him, because I did go to the property that he was hunting back then
Yeah.
a year later, and oh my goodness, it was truly incredible.
Turkeys everywhere.
Yes.
And
yes.
snakes everywhere. I
didn't see a snake,
You didn't
but
see
he
the
told
snake?
me, he said, please, whatever you do not get bit by a rattlesnake out here, because it's $60,000 to airlift you from this property. Because we were 45 minutes from the town. So I was like, all right, well, I'll keep an eye out.
is he the one they tied the snake to or whatever we ran?
No, that was Farmer. Jeff Farmer picked the snake up and threw it at Field. Field's
Yes.
deathly afraid of snakes. Oh, yeah.
That video is priceless.
And then it crawled up
In the
Jeff
truck.
Jones'
Yeah. Yeah,
truck.
that's-
We still haven't. It never came out.
Oh, no.
He sold that truck with the snake in it.
That's a good deal for somebody.
How does? I mean, there's water moccasins where field hunt, isn't there?
Yeah.
So how does he handle that? Because we
Well,
don't have
I mean,
water
it's so
moccasins.
cold. Like,
oh.
yeah. I
But
mean,
like, what about like teal season and everything?
he doesn't.
He don't.
He doesn't mess with it.
I hate snakes.
I do too. I really, I don't enjoy them at all.
I don't either.
You got a good life, Duck. Do you miss football? Do you miss the competition or do you the grind at all?
I miss the camaraderie.
I can see that.
I don't miss like playing as much. Like last year, I helped coach at a high school football. We ended up, winning state and everything, and it felt really good just to be around the game. I don't miss playing as much just because like when I was playing, like I was missing a lot of hunting, and I love to hunt. So.
Were you and James Washington the two biggest hunters on the Steelers team?
Yeah, I would say so. I mean, Big Ben's big hunter, not necessarily at waterfowl, but he loves big game. I mean, there's a few other guys that like hunted something. There's a dove in here, by the way.
Yeah, I was in here yesterday.
But yeah, I'd say me and James biggest 2 hunters.
What's the rooming situation like? Because Aaron Rodgers or DK Metcalf and Aaron Rodgers, I guess they're sharing a bathroom, and DK was like, I really didn't think I was going to have a roommate. So what's it like in Latrobe? Is it like a dorm?
Like a freshman college dorm. That's all it is. Yeah, 2 rooms with a bath in the middle.
And then you just hope that you don't have like a D lineman blowing it up.
I mean, look, Aaron Rodgers can pick who he rooms with. Let's be honest.
He probably don't even have to stay there.
Yeah, he probably don't. Like they said, Antonio Brown, I think used to get like an Airbnb like down the road or something.
Well, he is wigged out. CT is some serious stuff.
I'm not going to talk about it.
Well, I'm not going to say that. I mean, just CT's some serious stuff.
Oh, yeah.
There's no doubt about that.
Absolutely.
So you miss the camaraderie, but you don't.
Yeah. I don't miss the playing part as much.
You duck hunt all the time now.
That's right. With the mule.
Yeah, with the mule.
With the mule. How often do y'all get to hunt together? Do y'all hunt together most of the season?
We hunted together quite a bit. More than we normally have in the past years. This year
I would say last year, like, 60-day season, we probably hunted, 30, 40 days.
Yeah.
Now, how are you on a duck call, Carter?
He can blow a duck call.
He can?
Oh, yeah.
I think everybody born in this area can blow a duck call a little bit.
The best thing about the mule is, y'all see how big he is. He gets that little DR85, little Haydell, and he like gets on his tippy toes and blows. It's hilarious. He can blow a duck call.
Is that your call of choice, the Haydell?
I do like the Haydell a lot.
Right. Eli would be proud of you.
Yeah, I do enjoy that call. I like a Jensen, an old Jensen.
Jensen.
That's old school.
Yeah. And then, the cut downs, I like them. I like the cut down. They sound great when you get a bunch of them in the woods. But
you don't need them on our plantation. Y'all know Corey Nickham?
Yeah, real well.
So last weekend we were talking about hunting and whatnot and duck calls, and he started going in about, because me and Carter get to hunt with Field on, some of the stuff up there, and he was like, "Look, y'all don't need any duck calls on y'all's little plantation." So that's the plantation.
Oh yeah,
that's what we're gonna start calling the new farm, the plantation.
The plantation.
You know, I've known Corey since he's about 8, and I taught him to blow a duck call. Did you know that?
Really?
That's some more history.
No, he did not.
I'm full of shit. But anyways,
he did not.
If I was going to teach somebody, if I was going to tell anybody, Corey'd be the one I'd say.
Well, I can say that he's known me since I was 8 and helped me teach blow a duck call growing up.
Corey's a good dude.
He's one of the best. He's
he
very
is
talented.
one of the best.
I hate to say that because I
love to say it for him. He's one of the best.
I know. I give him.
And if I see him today, I'm going to tell him. I told the world on DUTV that I taught you how to blow a duck call. So
have we seen any of the results out of the calling contest yet?
No, the cut down contest just started. Like,
it did?
10 minutes ago. It's supposed to start at 12. A little behind.
Who's your favorite to win it?
I don't know. I went down there about an hour ago and tried to get a Calcutta going and buy somebody.
Our boy Womack's blowing.
I hope Byron wins it.
Byron wins it. It'd be pretty cool.
Good for the home team.
Yeah.
I'd love to see Will McBride win it. Y'all know who that is? I'd love to see Corey Nickham win it. I mean, he's won every other contest. I mean, that'd be pretty cool.
If Corey Nickham wins this contest, this city might burn down tonight. I'm not kidding. He's going to let everyone know.
When he's on, everybody. He's like Tiger Woods. When he's on, everybody else is playing for second.
Yeah.
I mean, he's damn good.
He is good.
I think they said there's 50 callers.
Really?
Yeah.
They're all really good too.
I mean, there's a lot of people that can blow a cut down duck call nowadays.
Absolutely.
I mean, I could probably name 20 people that are not in the contest that could go win. I mean, he's one of them. He could go out there and hold his own in the contest. So
what's the gentleman's name that owns Havoc Calls?
Havoc Calls?
Yeah, he's got the little boy that's the junior world champion.
I'm not sure.
Can't remember. I just went a mind blank.
Sure. I'm not sure.
That little boy was at Delta last week.
Yeah.
And anyways, he was blowing a call, and I was listening to him blow a call, and I was like, that boy's good,
Yeah.
Little kid blowing a call, and started talking to him and stuff, and I was like, man, I was really impressed. And someone goes, oh, that's the junior world champion. No wonder.
Oh, sorry.
I just thought he was an average 8-year-old kid, some farm kid come through there and blow a call.
I mean, arguably social media, people have their own, agreements, disagreements about it. But I will say the duck calling community and people learning how to duck call, social media media, YouTube, different things like that has really helped people develop their calling.
Oh yeah, I mean,
it's
easier now than
if you go to me, if you go you go to Arkansas and you go hunt the public woods, there's a lot of people that can blow duck calls. Like it's not. I think back in the day, you used to have that select few that could out call everyone. It's like everyone can call. Everyone can hold their own nowadays.
Yep.
And what competition did you win?
The Junior World.
Junior World?
Yep.
How old were you?
2009. I was 13.
When do you have to quit competing at that?
That was my last year for
your
junior.
last year?
Yep. Then you go to intermediate.
And then you just beat all these 5-year-olds on the duck call stage and took your trophy and
That's
ran?
right. Yep. Yeah. Took my $1,000. Said, see ya.
Who taught you how to blow a call? Your dad?
Butch Richenbach.
Yep. He's taught a lot of people.
Yeah, he did teach a lot of people. We had a very unique relationship. I mean, Butch taught me everything I knew on a duck call because, me and my dad, we didn't grow up duck hunting. We started, I think, duck hunting when I was about 9 years old. I went to Butch, basically introduced myself, and I'll never forget the first time I took a call up there that was not a rich and tone, and he looked at it. He said, "Yeah, I'll help you," and he just threw that call down on the ground and then gave me a new duck call, rich and tone. I was like, "Oh,
okay,
appreciate it." But man, he taught me everything. He came to a lot of my baseball games, came to my high school graduation. We had a very unique, close relationship, and very thankful for everything that he did for me and has done for the duck calling community.
That's also where Hunter went to learn, right?
Hunter
Grounds.
I think so.
I think didn't he go and stay with him? Didn't Tim send him?
He might have for duck calling, yeah.
For duck calling,
maybe so. I don't know that story, but that could be accurate. But he's taught a lot of people.
My history lessons are not always good because I'm getting older now, but I'm pretty sure that Hunter went and stayed with him, and Tim sent him to learn how to contest call.
Yeah.
I mean, from Tim's a great caller by himself.
Oh,
there's no doubt about it. But for the duck hunting, and I'm pretty sure that's where he went.
Yeah. And Butch did not care about hunting at all. He probably went 5-6 times a year. He just cared about duck calling,
making duck calls,
making a duck call.
Now, when y'all are hunting on the plantation, is it a gentleman's agreement on shooting, or how does this work?
As far what do you mean?
Whenever it's time to shoot,
who calls a shot?
Is there a shot caller? Is it every man for himself?
Honestly, I think me and Mule just start shooting. We call the shot by just start shooting.
Yeah.
I don't know. I mean, everyone's kind of, me and Carter and Field. We hunt together enough to know that we're kind of always in sync. And when we bring guests out there, we basically tell the guests, hey, we'll let y'all know. And I don't know, one of us may make the shot call.
Yeah. Yep.
Depends on the day.
Who's the better shot between you two?
I don't know. I'll be honest. I think me and Carter can probably both shoot better than we can call, and we can call pretty good.
Call pretty good.
We can hold our own on shooting.
Yeah.
I mean, we did some shots last year with the Boss shells.
Yeah.
Shout out to Boss.
Yep.
That were pretty insane.
Do y'all shoot anything cool on the place, or is it all just like mallards? And y'all get any weird hybrids or anything?
No hybrids this year.
Shot a widgeon in the woods last year. That was cool.
Y'all shoot some black ducks?
Yeah. We didn't shoot any.
Every now and then.
We shot one at White Oaks.
Yeah. I killed a double abandoned black duck.
No shit.
In Alabama on my last on the youth hunt. Last youth hunt ever.
That's a trophy and a half.
$100 reward band.
Now, from West Texas, we don't kill very many black ducks. I think the last black ducks I remember killing was in 1983, and we killed for about 2 weeks. We shot some, and that was it.
We need to go out there and hunt with them.
We do.
Y'all are doing a hunt this year.
Are we?
We're fixing to have dates here pretty quick. We're going to do Chen Stanfield Hunting Outfitters Chen hunt.
Make sure it's before December 28th.
Me and Jeff had talked about that, but we're gonna do it. I think.
Can I do a YouTube video?
I don't care what you do.
I think we're trying to coordinate it with y'all's split.
Yes.
That way y'all don't have to miss any
perfect.
days out here.
Yeah.
Perfect.
But Jeff didn't know off the top of his head what the split dates were.
Not me, Jeff Jones.
Jeff Jones.
Yeah, I know. First week of December, pretty much usually.
Yeah. I think that's when we're going to try to do it, like the December 1st, 2nd, 3rd.
So there,
3 days.
you'll be back just in time for.
No,
can y'all tell him real quick? Okay, he's got a kid coming, 28th,
December 28th,
and he keeps telling me, "Oh, I'm hunting in January. I'm hunting." Can y'all tell him? Can y'all tell him that's not happening?
No, you're not.
Will.
No,
I'm not that far.
Hey,
I mean,
dude,
this will be your
you're
first child,
you're not keeping the mule out of the woods in January.
How? Did you set the tone with your wife early that you're the boss?
Yeah. Well, yeah.
Be careful.
Not the boss, but that I'm a duck hunter and like to duck hunt. I set that tone.
Do y'all go to
pretty early
church?
on. Yeah.
What's the Bible say? Man is the king of the house. When you get married, it says, "Thou shalt obey thy husband." Be biblical.
That's right.
That's what
I
you
like that
do,
approach.
Drew. So just go by the
Can't
Bible.
argue with that.
I mean, that's roads. That's the old word.
Hey, the good thing is, in all honesty, like there's a lot of hunts that we have, like hunting we have to do that is work.
It's work.
And you have to
It's
work.
Truly,
You have to work.
You have to make a paycheck.
Yes.
Now, from the old man on the set that's been in the hunt business a long time ago, that bullshit about going to work don't always work. You know?
It works. It works.
It's not always there, but it is work.
We'll see how it plays
It'll work.
out.
She might not like it, but that excuse will get you in the field.
Hey,
She might not
look,
like
she
it.
committed to you. She said, "Till death do us apart."
That's correct.
So just go do you, brother.
She might kill you, but you're not going to be duck hunting in January much.
I think you will. You got it. You're not keeping the mule out of
Is
the
your
planta-
mother-in-law
off the
coming to stay with you?
plantation.
Yeah, I mean, they live here, so yeah.
Oh, you're good.
I know. I think I'm set.
You're gold there.
Her mom's gonna come over. It's gonna be great. I mean, I've got it all planned out in the head.
Yeah. Have y'all been married long enough that she sometimes likes you to get away from her so she can spend her own time? You're set then, probably.
Yeah.
That's a good thing. Michelle don't care because she enjoys when I'm gone most of the time.
Right.
So that's a good deal. Lainey and y'all, she travels a lot, so y'all are a part a lot.
Yeah.
So-
Yeah. It works out for me. And then, like, she's gone all the time. So if I leave, hard for her to really.
Yeah, she can't complain because she has work too.
That's right.
But that's the life you live.
That's right.
But I really think that this first January you won't get to hunt as much as you think.
I don't think so.
I hope you just have a good, healthy baby and the mom's fine and
That's
everything's
right.
good and you're blessed and good enough for you.
But think about it. January's 31 days. If you can get 6 to 8 good hunts, that's great.
It's pretty honest.
Yeah.
I'll get it all done early though. I'll ship to we ship to Canada sometime. We really don't ship up there though. I mean,
Y'all sent some
it's
stuff to
hard
my buddy in Ottawa and haven't had any issues. But
yeah, I mean
they tax the piss on you on everything.
Yeah.
I mean, if you send someone a Christmas present, they can make you charge a tariff on the thing going up there.
Yeah. No, we don't really international stuff.
Where's your biggest selling state? Arkansas?
I mean, really just the southeast. I mean, Arkansas, Alabama, Georgia, Tennessee, California, top 5 customer.
Great waterfowl state.
California is a pretty big one.
So underestimated how much waterfowl's there and how much
It is.
best hunting. Some of the best hunting in the United States.
No
is
doubt.
From that Washington, Oregon, that western side or eastern side of them states.
it's terrible. Don't go.
Yeah. Andy ruined Alamosa, Colorado, because about first year we did a podcast, Andy talked all about it. Guy called us, tell him quit talking about our place up here. You know, everybody was going to Alamosa.
Yeah.
Shot a lot of bands that day. I think we shot like 20 birds and 8 of them were banded. So Alamosa, Colorado. If it's on anybody's bucket list, you want to hunt in the mountains.
Yeah.
Head over to Alamosa. Have y'all done any hunt? Did you hunt in California any?
No, I haven't hunted anywhere like that far west. Like I want to go hunt in some states up there, like in the mountains, whatnot. Plan on, I think, may go this year to a spot, but no, I keep hearing about California. You know, North California. Been invited, just never made the time. It's hard for me to leave Arkansas to go hunt anywhere.
I'll tell you, a pretty place we hunted in. We hunted with the St. Lawrence Outfitters, right on in Canada.
So St. Lawrence, that's my buddy that we sent some stuff to.
David.
Yeah.
Great guy.
Yep.
And David Waugh, or Roy as he'd say it. Very nice man.
Yeah.
Beautiful place. I mean, you're sitting there and you got the trees, all the fall colors and stuff. The St. Lawrence River, shooting those big geese. It had some poutine for breakfast.
You can go shoot a bunch of black ducks up there.
When we were there, it was just we shot some wood ducks one day coming in the field.
Well, we didn't. Happy Trigger over here.
That's all right.
I don't even think the guide was in the. I don't even think we didn't even have the okay to shoot yet.
I asked, "Can we shoot?" He said, "Yes."
No.
There we go.
No, he
There we go.
He didn't understand you. Is what it was. He didn't under West Texas twang.
I'm quick for a big guy, and I'm a pretty good shot.
I've never shot a wood duck before. Never in my entire life. And then we finally get this group of wood ducks coming in, and Jeff shoots a single. Instead of letting the whole group come back around, Jeff's like, "Oh, can I shoot this Drake Woody?" It's like, well, it'd be nice if all of us could shoot into the group that's trying to come in here. And Jeff just stands up and blasts his poor little Drake Woody. It's like, well, that would have been fun to do. Check that off my bucket list of
That's
things.
crazy. You don't hear too many people say I've never shot a wood duck.
Never.
Right.
Never.
Right.
Last year I called in one and I didn't know what it was. The client shot it, but I didn't. But I've never.
If you knew it was a wood duck, would you have?
I didn't even have a gun.
Okay.
I have a dog.
But you got to remember, West Texas, we don't have many trees.
I know.
Yeah.
I don't think about that. I forget that, I guess.
I look forward to having you guys out, but I'm going to tell you right now, we're not no fancy place. Our food will be as good as anywhere you go to.
That's all we care about.
Our
That's all we
customer
care
service
about.
will
Yep.
be excellent. Place is clean, but we're not staying in a 5-star champagne and caviar. That's not the way we roll.
That is A-okay.
That's okay with us.
It's okay with Carter, not with Duck. Duck's got issues.
Well, Duck is big time now.
Duck's got issues with that.
We,
not
we
me.
stay in a camp where you got to open the oven to keep it hot.
No, it will be warm.
Yeah. Yeah. I'll sleep on a couch. I don't care.
We take care of you, but I just let everybody know that, because everybody's like, oh wow, I bet you, we're not running in that kind of place. I
love those kind of places.
We're a real hunting place, but family business, all of that.
Good food, cold beer.
I would love to own a $10 million lodge, but I don't want to deal with the $10 million customer. I like our guys.
Good way to
middle
look at it.
class people, good, hardworking, soul, heartbeat of America type guys is what I want.
Yeah,
love it.
Those are the good guys. So when you get on you got engaged in Italy, didn't you?
What?
Didn't you go to Italy?
I did go to Italy.
Okay,
That
that's what
was
I was
like,
thinking. I thought you went to Italy this year. Or was it last year? You go so much stuff you don't even know when you
can't
went.
even remember.
I think
where
I
he's
did
flying
go.
to.
No, I didn't go to Italy this year. Last year.
Was the food amazing?
Yes. Incredible.
And no preservatives in it, all fresh.
Incredible. And you got to walk everywhere. So, like, you can eat as much pasta, pizza as you want because you're walking 10 miles a day.
Was the wine excellent too?
Yes.
I've heard it's really good.
Incredible.
Did anybody know who the hell y'all were there?
Nope.
That made it nice.
Nice.
I could see where that would be a good thing.
nice.
Did you go to Lake Como
Did not. Where's that at?
in Italy?
No.
I'm Italian and I have no desire to go there. I'd like to go to the countryside. I don't want to go to the big
So
cities.
we went to Rome for a couple of days, and then we went to Tuscany. Incredible.
I had a client yesterday come by and he told me they'd been to Tuscany and told me about
Tuscany's
how beautiful
awesome.
it was. That's what he said too.
It's so cool.
That's like I want to go to France, but I don't want to go to Paris. But I would love to go to Normandy. I think it'd be a very somber place. But I would like to see that.
Yeah.
And anywhere in the country, it's even in America when we travel. I love the back roads. I like seeing how people live. I don't want to go to the interstate's no fun.
Absolutely.
This is the only time I take interstate ever is to get to Memphis because I can go to Oklahoma City and come straight here, and I don't have to go on a back road anywhere.
Yeah.
And that's the way I roll. So.
So we got to start wrapping up here. We got just a couple minutes left. What early take on duck season this year? You think it's gonna be good, average, bad? Where are we at?
I think it's gonna be real good.
I think it's going to be good.
Yeah.
Crops have been so-so. Rain's been had a bunch early, but we'll see.
Positive vibes.
Positive
It's gonna be
vibes.
great.
We're going to have a winter this year. We've had a real spring. Summer's been a normal summer, just about with a little bit wetter than normal. We're going to have a great duck hatch next year because all the water's full right now, and it's not going to go away. So I think we're going to have a banger of a duck hatch this year. And I think we're going to have a real spring and winter where we're going to get a lot of snowfall. We need the Dakotas to have snow.
I mean,
I know.
That's the key to all of waterfowl season.
Yep. It's coming. It's happening this year. Talking about it right now.
The year that I don't get to hunt.
January is going to be fantastic.
I can't wait to call. I can't wait to call Mule on a Wednesday, January 10th, and be like, dude, we just shot him for that.
How long are you going to give it before you're like, hey, babe, we got a good
Week and a
spot.
half.
Week and a half?
Yeah.
Dude, we can hire a babysitter out there.
It's not the babysitter issue.
And she wants to suffer with her partner.
It's the mom saying.
What?
It's going to depend on the postpartum y'all go through.
True.
Look, let's rent a house for duck season, and she just post up there during duck
She'd
season.
love that.
Yeah.
She would.
You think?
No.
No.
Crazy.
She'll just be in her own element.
Yes.
My oldest, he was born October 25th, and that first year guiding, my wife was not happy with me. I'm up at 3:30, and I want to go to bed at 9.
Yep.
So she's getting up with him at midnight or 1 o'clock, and she can't wake me up because I got to be up in 2 hours.
Yeah.
And there's nothing I can do anyway.
Right.
Listen, love you to death. I can pass them off to you. That's about all I'm good for.
Yeah.
Maybe I could change a diaper, but I got.
I've been around Jessie for a long time, and I've seen her bitchy maybe 2 times in my life, so I couldn't imagine her being gripey. But that woman has every right. It's a hard deal. I bet you get to hunt much. Your wife honestly loves the hell out of you. She knows what you love to do. I'll bet you about 4, 5, 6 days in, she's going to say, hey, why don't you go hunt with your friends and have fun?
Yep.
And she might mean it when she says it.
It might be a test.
I hope so. We'll see.
It might just be a test. All right, guys, we're going to wrap up here. The next podcast is getting ready to come on.
Thank y'all so
Thank
much.
y'all for
Thank
having
you guys
us.
for coming
Look forward
on.
to this year.
I look forward to doing our hunt with you guys this year, and shingear.com for whatever you need.
And if you're an exhibitor if you're in the waterfowl business and you want a booth, I'd be calling Ducks Unlimited tomorrow.
Yes,
see about getting you a booth for next year.
This is the Ducks Unlimited. Keep it in Memphis forever.
Oh, they should. This is the greatest.
Keep it here forever.
This is the best waterfowl event ever.
100%.
God bless y'all. Thank y'all for listening.
Thank
Peace.
y'all.
Appreciate y'all.
Woo.